I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying, P.
Man, I have had one hell of the last 4 days. Oh no, my friend. My class is in session right now. In case you're wondering where this song is, we're working on it right now. It's coming out pretty soon. Got irons in the fire. We're going to do some Q&A today, some AMA. Get your questions in. Yes, we're going to dispel some red pill misbeliefs today. So be it. But first...
You know what? Your mouth kind of reminds me of like a person from Whoville. Because you like lip is not there.
Well, you can't help that.
No, you can't. It's just like
Body
Whoville-esque.
shaming's fine until it's all about the weight, right? Goodness, you from the comments.
Let's say that you've been a bad girl.
Oh, really?
Let's say, hypothetically, that you've been a naughty girl even.
Oh, I am so naughty.
Okay, now, theoretically, let's also say that you're daddy's girl.
Yes, Daddy?
Now that we've established that you're both a bad girl and daddy's girl, then I believe that you deserve a spanking. Am I not correct?
Oh my gosh, I want you to spank me with facts and logic. That is so hot.
A bad girl deserves spanking, and as I am daddy, you're my girl, so I'm the one who must provide punishment.
Oh my gosh, Daddy, destroy me like the left wing.
Hold on, Boogie Bear. Daddy has to talk to someone.
Jordan, this
why are you looking at me like that? You know my wife is a doctor, right? You know, Ben, it's challenging. And it's quite disturbing, I find it, how you only talk to your wife like that in front of me. I mean that quite frankly. It's damaging my psyche.
Relationships are awkward because you got to tell a whole new person what you like in bed. And the only reason you know what you like in bed is because someone else did it to you first. But you can't say it like that, right? You got to do that cute little tap dance of like, oh, babe, you know what would be so fun? That's never even occurred to me before. You know what your body is inspiring me to do right now? But in your head, you're just like, do it like Craig. Could you just do it how Craig did it every time? Craig didn't do shit right. He did that right, let me tell you. Can we just call him? Can we just call him and ask? It's not a big deal. We're all adults here. Remember when we reset the Wi-Fi router last month? It's just like that, babe. He's just a voice on the phone with the password. That's all he is to me now. No, I did block his number when you asked me to. Of course I did. But when you block a number, your phone kind of just saves it in a different...
Human history, men needed to bring one thing to the table to get almost any girl they wanted, and that's an income. That was the only fucking work that we had to put in. Whereas women from birth are trained to do a lot of things around the household. Women are cleaning the house, they're taking care of siblings, and like the boys are treated as like little princes. They have to do good in school and they get to do that shit. But for the most part, like men just need to get a job and then you get a woman because women can't work. But now that women have finally gotten to work, right? Women have also been putting in all this work like emotionally to figure out how to manage their friends and do all that bullshit or whatever, stuff that men traditionally didn't care about. But now we're in the world where we go out to the dating market, we're like, hey, I've got an income, and a woman's like, okay, and what else? And you're like, fuck, my dad didn't train me for this. Nobody in society is talking about this because men traditionally haven't had to compete in other areas. So I think the important thing is to tell men, hey, don't be a schizoid, autistic fucking loser. Learn how to like take care of your house. You should be able to do dishes and do the laundry. Of course. Have more than like one fucking piece of furniture in your whole apartment. Okay, don't piss all over the fucking toilet seat when you're at somebody's house.
Do what mommy tells you to.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts? with you. I have girlfriends in marriages right now who have settled with the nice, safe, secure guy we weren't all that attracted to. We didn't really want that much. We didn't have any chemistry with. We had meh sex with because we had to. Because the guy we actually felt passion and chemistry for doesn't want us or makes us so emotionally unhinged and erratic that we can't look ourselves in the mirror anymore. Normally, those guys that we settle for don't make it happen. To us, it's like, well, damn, if you're putting up with it, well, okay, cool. If you're still here, cool. When you want to go, that's fine. But in the meantime, I got no one else. You're here to give it. Cool. I accept. But my God, I see how pathetic you are, and I will definitely use that to my advantage. We'd leave you in a heart.
Some of the things you were told about men while growing up.
Don't trust them. Yeah, I agree with that one. That they better open the door for you. Open the door, treat you right, be polite.
Do you prefer a man who is a gentleman or a bad boy?
Bad boy. Bad boy.
Is it fair to say women lust after bad boys but want to settle down with nice guys?
Yeah.
I used to prefer bad boy, now gentleman all the way.
What do you find most attractive about a man, and more importantly, how has that changed throughout your life?
Now his heart and how he portrays himself to you know, be a good citizen to society and just be a good person, morals. Before, it was more of cat and mouse, kind of them chasing me, and that was fun because it was all just games.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
All men are trash.
Pretty much. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like a percent there that's not.
Are you making a projection that you think the men that you haven't communicated with yet are trash?
All the guys that have tried to come towards me are trash.
What percentage? 90%, 95%? I've been repeating.
90, yeah.
90?
Because I'm going to leave a small percentage because there probably really is good guys out there.
Yeah.
But then if they're the good guys, then they're boring. You know, it's kind of...
Oh, that's interesting.
You know, like there could be the good guys that do try to come and talk to me, and they're just...
You don't like the good guys? What do you...
I mean, okay.
Do you like a gangster?
Yeah.
Like a thug?
I think she just wants a faithful gangster.
Bye, Felicia.
Faithful.
Drafted to the military, I'm most excited to see the confrontation between commanding officers and the girls.
Between commanding officers and the girls? Oh dear.
Think we're gonna let you yell at us? You think we're gonna do something without a please and thank you?
Please allow me to introduce a little reality into this situation, because personnel in the military are under legal obligation to follow all lawful orders that they are given. And a please and a thank you are not required.
We've all had controlling ex-boyfriends. We know not to put up with that bullshit.
It's almost as if they're not understanding that it's not just men that are in positions of authority in the military.
Like, let's sit down and have a conversation about what you want and what I want, and we'll reach a happy medium. Because there's no way I'm doing what you want when you use that tone with me. You think you can push us around like you do with these men? Think again, baby. You're gonna learn some manners.
And I think one would learn very quickly that having a bad attitude and obvious problems with people in positions of authority wouldn't get one very far. But most importantly, the Uniform Code of Military Justice doesn't play.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
Sacrifice one of the two lives. Would it be you or your partner?
Him. My partner's life.
Partner.
Obviously my partner.
You sacrifice?
Yeah. I think I'll sacrifice my partner.
My life. Of course, I'm sacrificing myself.
Sacrifice my...
I think I would sacrifice
yourself?
yeah.
It would be mine.
I think I'm self-assertive. I'll kill myself over. It's okay, it's fine.
Be you or your partner?
Me.
That was... Yeah, me only. Basically, as a man, it's always us.
This day is very special for us, for women in Iceland, because we all skipped work 48 years ago, and we are doing it again today because the gap is still there and we're fighting against it. This is a message here from Iceland. We have to stand together, be united, women all over the world, but also men all over the world.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Yeah, I don't think so. Hello, how are we doing? Wait, we got to start the show.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
I always forget that sound drop. How's it going? How's it going, children? You know, sometimes I come up with those, the intro videos, and I have to like be an artist in like delivering the not so subtle messages behind all of those things. I held on to the, I usually like delete them as they're done, but I held on to the one with Destiny telling us it's all about work. It's all about finances and transactions. Yeah, I don't think so, bro. We're going to get into that a little bit today. Before we do, though, I have some good news and I have some bad news. And I'm going to give you the bad news first. If you haven't already heard, my dog Ned and Anna were attacked by a Rottweiler on Thursday morning. Now, I was not present. I was in Vegas at the time, so it was my wife that was walking the dog solo. And where we live in the secret underground bunker in the middle of the Nevada desert, we have a community here, and we have lots of dog walking paths, which was one of the reasons why I really settled on Red One Studio, which is, of course, the Northern Command Center, not the Southern one in Vegas. But I was not present, and she was walking the dogs. And usually when I'm there, I have learned the hard way on several occasions to carry a stun gun with me, which is like, a little stun stick kind of thing. And usually just the sound of the crackle of the, that little thing will pretty much stop a dog in its tracks. If it doesn't, then it's going to get zapped. Well, unfortunately, my wife was walking two dogs at the time. And a Rottweiler came out of nowhere, but it turns out that it was somewhere. Actually, it was on a cul-de-sac, a house on a cul-de-sac that was right up abutting next to the dog pack. Well, the Rottweiler came at Ned. I'm glad it did not come full force at Anna, because Anna's probably about a good 15 pounds lighter than Ned, and she's very small. But the thing about greyhounds, I have been reconditioning, and I fostered greyhounds for a while when I lived in Florida. I haven't done so in quite some time, but my wife and I got into reconditioning and sort of rehabilitating, I guess, injured and retired greyhounds from the tracks. And there's some interesting things I learned along the way when it comes to greyhounds, particularly big male greyhounds like Ned. Most greyhounds will run from a fight simply because there's no dog on planet Earth that can catch them. Their top speed is about 47 miles per hour. So usually that's the fight or flight. It's almost always flight, unless it's a big male. And usually it's kind of a 50-50 chance what's going to happen. Well, it happens so quick that Ned sort of goes into fight mode. And to be honest, I think he kind of likes to fight anyways. But anyways, this Rottweiler had a good anywhere 70 pounds on him, somewhere around there. So the body weight, they definitely not in his weight class. Maybe Ned's a middleweight, but this thing was definitely a heavyweight. And so I was after him, and I was actually other than the broken leg that occurred during the fight, Ned actually gave as good as he got, but he did get bit on the neck a couple times, and then once on the back. The back was only a puncture wound, so it wasn't so bad. But according to my wife, Ned had a bloody muzzle and a bloody mouth, so it was obviously that he got some licks in as well. So he was essentially more or less putting himself in harm's way between himself and Anna, my little female. And so they got into it. It wouldn't even be that big a deal, except he broke his front left paw at that time. And I've shown some pictures. If you haven't seen them yet, I don't have any cute. I can go dig some up here later on. But he's got a very long cast that goes all on his forearm right there. And so I've decided that if you want, I will sign Ned's cast for you. Only because I'm trying to offset some of the cost of this. I'm looking at upwards of about $12,000 to have a plate installed in his. He's already got hardware in his back right leg, but his front left leg is the leg that broke. And it was not the Rottweiler that broke it. It was actually in the middle of the fight when they're turning around and spinning and just sort of like, just not knowing what they're doing. And then, of course, the dog's got 70 pounds on Ned. That's what happens. So the thing, anybody who has had greyhounds in the past understand if you see people with greyhounds and they're a little bit like, standoffish when they see you, I think that's because when you take a greyhound, well, you take your dog to the vet after a fight, they patch him up and, send him on his way. For a greyhound, greyhounds have such thin skin that it's next to impossible to stitch it. So because they're just nothing but muscle and skin and sinew, and they're trained to do one thing: kill the rabbit, catch the rabbit, run like hell is basically what they're trained to do. So when I go to the vet, it's about an $8,000 ticket to the vet. By the way, this is something I've sort of accepted over the years. Ned and Anna are number 8 and number 9 of the greyhounds that I've had since 2010. So in the past, just about 12 years, 13 years, I've gone through 9 greyhounds, just simply because they're very prone to osteosarcoma. They are thoroughbred racing dogs. So they are inbred racing dogs. So if you are so inclined, I am taking donations on behalf of Ned. And if you put a 20 or above super chat in the super chats, and you say this is for Ned, I will sign your name to Ned's cast, because he's got a cast on right now, and he's not out of the woods just yet. He still has to go into surgery tomorrow to have the plate installed, but he's in very good spirits. Actually, if it weren't for the broken leg, he'd actually be back to normal. I could probably even walk him or run him right now. Now, the other part of this is that my wife was attempting to break the dogs up when they were in the middle of the fight. And she ended up breaking her middle finger on top of that, which was another about, even with insurance, that's about an $800 to $1,200 visit to the emergency clinic. So yes, to answer the obvious question, no, it's not an Italian greyhound. They are full-size racing greyhounds. Thank you very much. If you've ever seen pictures of me and Ned, I actually have pictures of me and Ned in the Camaro. Ned's a big boy. He comes up to, I brought him on the show before. He comes up to right about here. Where's the table? He comes up to right about, right here. Right about his nose will poke up right about here. So he's pretty low. They are an athletic sporting breed of dog, let's just say. So Rottweilers are no joke. Now, the other thing is I am very much a big animal lover, period. Rottweilers are most definitely a hostile breed, as are pit bulls, but I am of the opinion that there are no bad dogs. There are only bad owners. And there are some dogs that are more prone to fight, and obviously the breeds are there. But I have personally, I guess, babysat pit bulls that I happen to like quite a bit, and they're the sweetest animals you ever meet. I have had friends who have had Rottweilers as well. They can get aggressive, I understand, but when they're with their owners, they're very sweet, and the owners know the other person. They're usually pretty good dogs. In this case, the owner was not a very good dog owner. And so it gets a little more complex here. The attack occurred, like I said, on the dog path, but the woman who owned the dog did nothing to separate the dog, did nothing to call the dog, was in no way even really fazed by this, as my wife is trying to find some way to transport Ned to the emergency vet that's out here in Reno. And fortunately, a good Samaritan and one of our neighbors helped her out. And then another neighbor was kind enough to walk Anna back to our house so that she and this other neighbor could take Ned to the emergency vet. Well, in the meantime, my wife is saying, I need your contact information because we're going to follow this up with animal control, with the police, blah, blah, blah. She nods her head, doesn't say too much, goes into her house, takes the dog, puts it in the house, and then gets in the car and drives away from her home to avoid anything else. Knowing that my wife had to take Ned to the emergency vet to get him stitched up and patched up. So it gets even more fucked than that. And so when I say there are no bad dogs, I mean that, but there are some really fucked up owners. And this was one of those fucking owners. And yes, I have already talked to my good friend Jim Sexton, who is a divorce attorney, but attorneys know other attorneys. And he's referring me to a personal injury attorney. She will be getting served papers probably tomorrow or Tuesday. Police are, just to let you know, police are already involved. Animal control is already involved. The HOA is already involved. This dog has a reputation of being aggressive and attacking other dogs and other kids too, for that matter. So something to just keep in mind. So if I as a result of this, I had to jump in my car, drive from Vegas all the way back to Reno, like immediately. As soon as I heard it, I just packed my bags and I jumped in the car. I drove 7 hours. Well, took the 300, so it was more like 6 hours from Vegas back to Reno, so I could make sure that Ned was okay. My best friend in the world was okay, and my wife. I have a best friend. His name is Ned, and I have a wife. Her name is Mrs. T. And then I have a second best friend, which is Anna. So I had to look after them. So I missed the Men of Action summit that I was supposed to talk at on Thursday. As a result of this, I apologize for not making it, but it was circumstances beyond my control. And when something like this happens, I really want to make good stuff. So I will be doing that soon as I can. Still met up with, I was unable, unfortunately, to meet up with Andrew Kibay as much as I wanted to during that week as a result of this as well. A lot of things sort of cascade from one event like this. So yeah, that's where Ned's at right now. Now they'll hold good thoughts. If you pray, fine, pray. If you just want to, send one up to Allah or Odin or whoever, whatever gods you pray to. And Ned has to go under anesthesia tomorrow to have his plate installed. Now, Ned kind of has Wolverine super healing. He's in really good shape. He wanted to go run. I mean, he's got that big giant cast, and he just I live in a 2-story house, so he got up the stairs. Now he can't get back down the stairs. And I was like, whoa, hold on here. So he's in good spirits and he's in good health right now, but he still does have to have that plate installed. And if you know anything about greyhounds, they're very sensitive to anesthesia. One of my grays actually died under anesthesia, getting her teeth cleaned. So I'm always very sketchy when I have to put him under, but he already has hardware in his back leg. Now he's going to get hardware in his front leg, and he's going to be like Wolverine. I'm going to see if they can put like adamantium claws in his plate. He's got this, the break was like right about here on his leg. So it was like right in that area right there. So they've got to put a pin and a plate right here, and the pins go through. Now, fortunately, they don't have to go up. They go straight. They go through. So that's actually good. So it won't take them probably more than an hour, maybe 90 minutes to get done what they need to get done. That's the good news. So I'm going to ask the doctor if he can install Wolverine claws, because clearly he has Wolverine super healing. But anyways, he's, Ned is most definitely I would say the most unique greyhound I've ever had. So anyways, that's my friend. And thank you very much. I already see the super chats coming in. I'm going to do an AMA today. Like, Ask Me Anything. I have not done one of these in a while. I do have some topics I want to get to, but I kept coming up with topics because I'm sitting in the living room because I have to stay with my dog while like my wife goes and does stuff, and then she comes back, she sits with the dog, and then it's my turn to go do stuff because we have to keep an eye on the dog so it doesn't go up or it doesn't go outside, because Ned will try to go outside. So, and he can't really, he's stronger than he thinks he is. So we have to sort of keep an eye on him. And I have literally, since I got back on Thursday, been sleeping in the living room on the couch so I could be next to Ned the whole time. And he loves every freaking minute of it too, by the way. So don't worry about it. All right. Hopefully these are going to work out today. Hopefully. By the way, I finally updated my Chrome, and now I've got this fancy little Chrome camera little thing up in my taskbar in the top here, so I can see it. If I look a little better today, it's because it has like new settings and everything that's feeding into StreamYard, and I think that's what was screwing up StreamYard last week. So Mayher, Rollo, off to sleep now. We'll catch the vid, but I have a question, a Q&A. Your player's handbook is not available in paperback in India. Please look into what's the issue. Also, please stop turning off live chat in the vids. I don't think I've ever turned off live chat in the vids. In fact, that's basically the whole premise of doing a live stream, is to have the chat on. I'll look into that. People have told me that before. Is it? I know that the paperback's not there, but I know Kindle is there, and I know you can pick up Audible anywhere. I will look into that. I'm not really sure why it's not distributing to India, but I will definitely look into that. Let's see. There we go. The Zeroed Out Rule Zero show was very helpful. Thank you. I know you have some bumps in the road, 21 Studios, Valuetainment, etc. So what tips or mindset did you employ to keep going? Well, I use the same mindset that I use for pretty much everything, which is I just do work. Now, when all the bullshit went down with Anthony Johnson in June of 2019, I had a choice of really going hard at Anthony. I still to this day have and he knows what I have. I've still got a lot. I've got the nuclear option I still have not used, simply because it involves my daughter and it involves him cyber stalking her. And I've held off on that because my daughter was going to school. She was in college at the time. And I simply didn't want to involve her in all this autistic bullshit. So rather than spurg out and try to file defamation suits and libel suits and everything else, which were next to unwinnable, considering he is no. See, you got to remember that the only reason why attorneys will take a libel or defamation or slander or whatever is because the other party has some money to lose. So they'll take it seriously if they think you've got millions. They don't take it seriously. You have to remember, like, if you look at, like, say, Cardi B actually did I think it was a libel suit, and she spent $1 million, I think it was $1.5 million to process that, to attorney fees and everything. She just did it because she can do it. I mean, she's got the money to do it, but she did it so people won't fuck with her anymore. And sometimes you have to spend money to make an example of people. Now, no attorney is going to take that case. Like I had attorneys, I had several that I know in the liquor business who owed me favors, in fact, who said, we could take this case, but at the end of it, all you're going to have is a settlement that you can put in a frame and put on your wall, and you're going to be $50,000 in a hole processing this because the guy's simply got no money. So sometimes it's worth it and sometimes it's not. Like people who by the way, that's just the way the business works. So I just put my nose to the grindstone, and in that time, I've written 2 books. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I've written 2. I finished up Religion, and I wrote Player's Handbook in that time. So I did more work. I just went back to work is what I did. The same thing held true for Valuetainment as well. I had done a lot of work with Adam Sosnick, and he will be the first one to talk about. Hell, he's talked about this on several shows, how I was instrumental in sort of changing his format into what it is today. So when people go, like, I don't know if people remember like Coco Chanel or when I was on Adam's show when he was in the vault with Justin Waller, I put him in touch with Justin. I was the contact. I was the kingmaker, right? I was the network guy. And I put Adam in touch with Myron and Fresh. I put him in touch with the CME. I put him in touch with, like, God knows how many different people that he's had on the show up to this point. And he went from a no views financial show to having Saucecast, which I think he's doing it once a week or twice a week right now. Does he even do finance stuff anymore? I'm not really sure. But then what happens as a result of that? Now Natalia has a job and has for Christ's sake, she's a co-host. I remember seeing her as being the producer, and then suddenly now she's a co-host. And really, you watch her back, Adam, because I'm fairly sure that she's going to end up taking over that show at some point. When the red pill gets too cumbersome, when it becomes too much of a liability, I would argue. This is just me spitballing here, but I think she will be the one in the rearview mirror that you need to look at. And not that I think she's going to do that maliciously, but I think that will probably be a business decision on behalf of Valuetainment. Now, you also know that. You also know that I was also instrumental in helping out Jedediah Bila. The only 2 shows, I might add, that were worth a shit, still are worth a shit, to Valuetainment, other than Patrick Bet David. And Patrick Bet David doesn't need Valuetainment to be Patrick Bet David. It's almost like a side hustle for him to have Valuetainment. And the reason why I say that is because here we are almost 2 years later, at least as far as I know. I don't know when they started, but there's a lot of promises. There's a lot of, build up. There's a lot of hype that never materialized. So the only two shows that Valuetainment really had were Jed Ibila and Saucecast. And now Jed, and I won't get into too much detail because Jed is a personal friend. But when I met Jed, I think it was in June of 2022, and then I went on her show for the first time in July of 2022. She changed her format. She started talking about red pill topics. She's got into the Manosphere. Does anybody remember when she was very anti Andrew Tate? She was very anti Fresh and Fit. I was the one who called her out on that in the very first interview that I had with her. And then by December of 2022, she was thanking me for helping her sort of change her format. That's very similar to what Adam was talking about. So Valuetainment to me was sort of a project that I was hoping was going to pan out. And I was hoping I'm glad it didn't now, but I was kind of hoping that it was going to pan out, but it never did. And I'm glad to say that, I was very frustrated with that. So he's like, well, what do you do when you get, sort of, I wouldn't say it was zeroed out, but it was disappointing for sure, because I was really hoping I was going to be able to get some sort of contract with Patrick Bet-David, and that was never going to be forthcoming. So, and I'm glad I didn't, because I might have ended up in the same boat that Jed is right now. And Jed has to sort of dissociate herself from Valuetainment, because Valuetainment technically owns all of her material and all of her content now, including the name, The Jed Ibila Show. Because according to, well, at least by my estimate, it was work for hire. I mean, she was basically an employee, and maybe that wasn't working out very well for her. And I understand that she left. She went AWOL, let's just say, right around the time that I figure her contract probably expired. So, Jed, if you're watching, come to Vegas. We have the perfect spot for you right here. If you want to restart, by the way, as soon as I found this out, I made the offer to Jed. I said, hey, me and Miguel would love you to come to Las Vegas. And speaking of Miguel, that's what I did. I went back to work once again. I'm like, okay, you know what? I was grinding my teeth after that. And fortunately, Miguel Munoz from Dollar Cost Crypto was with me at that time. We were in the Uber driving back from that meeting. And I'm like, fuck, okay, I guess all this last 7 months of bullshit has been for nothing. And he's looking at me, he goes, why don't we just fucking do it in Vegas? And I looked at him, I was like, you're goddamn right. I was like, yeah, let's do it in Vegas. Because he lives in Vegas. I live in Reno. I'm like, let's start looking for a studio. Let's build it ourselves. And that's exactly what we did. We have Red One Studios now. We also have, we work with Sticky Paws. That's when I met Mike Sartain. In fact, all of that shit that I went through, really kind of just sort of reassessing life at that point, it ended up being the best thing I ever did. So go back to work, jump back on and just go do what you love to do what makes you happy. I'm glad I didn't do that. In hindsight, now it's a year later. I'm so glad I just went back to work. Like, do what I do best, which is show off. No, writing stuff. I'm an ideas person. And I wish I could say I was a better marketing person. I wish I could say I was a better, I technically run a business. I am the Rational Male, right? It's even I trademarked the Rational Male. But I'm more of an ideas person, and I could give you my philosophy. I can give you my outline, I think, of how a successful business is run. But I'm still a one-man show, more or less. Yes, I know I've got producer Glenn in Vegas, but that's when I'm down there. Okay, I'm still like the show is all designed, written, produced, shot, lighted. I'm everything. I am Mo. I am Chris Pogson. I am the gaffer. I'm like the lighting dude. I am everybody for this show. So, and by the way, it looks pretty good today. I got some new light bars back there. I'm just experimenting with the look. I think the look comes out pretty well today. But that's what I do. So when I get zeroed out, I always have to remember, and this is, by the way, if I'm going to give you advice, I am actually going to give you advice right now. If you ever get zeroed out, understand that existence is 100% better than non-existence. Even if you will never get back to where you were before, you can get back to something different. So when I talk to guys who are in their, say 45 to 65 demographic, and they get zeroed out, or they're going through a divorce, or she took the kids, she's alienating the kids. I lost my job and I lost my woman. And it's like a country song. I lost my job, lost my truck, lost my dog, lost that. The reason why that is the prime demographic for male self-deletion is because guys spent the better part of their lives doing the right thing. building this, trying to be a high value guy, doing what Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and all the great trad cons and tell them that's what a responsible real man does. Well, those real men then get zeroed out and they don't know what the fuck to do with themselves because they were faced with two choices. They can either delete themselves or they can rebuild themselves. And unfortunately, most guys lack the perseverance and they lack the creativity and they lack the wherewithal, I guess, to see that they're, that they have more going for them than they really think that they do. Get back to work. Like go back and do it. Well, I'll never get back to where I was. My dream of retiring with this woman and drinking lemonade with her on the porch when we're 80, that's all gone now. Yeah, it is. Either that or, really, I think a lot of guys, when they go through that existential crisis, when they do get zeroed out, it's usually because they are too committed and they're too invested in the dream. This dream that they're not going to get gray divorced, right? The dream, we're going to stay together for the kids and then we'll make things work. I'll patch it up and make things work. No, you won't. It doesn't work that way. But I will say this: if there's a Tomassi cure for being zeroed out, go back to work. Start creating new stuff. Don't get mired in depression. Depression is an emotion, and emotions are meant to move you from one state to another. So let that inspire you. I see these guys. Have you seen this? I see these guys who are posting these, I think they're gym videos, and they have like a picture of their girlfriend or their ex-girlfriend who like cheated on, betrayed them. And they take it and they put it up on their phone and they put it like next to the squat rack and they're like, fuck that bitch. Well, I mean, whatever motivates you, bro. But like, it's like, I mean, don't let the anger eat you up inside. But I mean, sometimes it's a pretty good inspiration to do great things, but be sure that you are doing. And I try to point this out. I keep seeing all of these goddamn tweets by people who want to say, oh yeah, happiness, married men are happier, or long-term, our men are happier than married men are happier than single men. All based on this bullshit lie about like continued contented happiness. Long-term, it's a goal. It's pussy at the end of the rainbow. Don't worry, stick it out for the kids. You'll be happy. No, you won't. There's no long-term happiness. Happiness is in the doing. Depression, by the way, is also in the doing. So it doesn't have to be a positive emotion. It can be a negative emotion as well. But I will tell you this. One of the things I've told guys before, I didn't mean to go on as long as I have been here. One of the things I've told guys is when guys tell me about like dopamine or that there's some confusion about dopamine and endorphins. Okay. Dopamine is actually the chemical precursor to the good feelings, to the endorphins. It's like, yeah, can it be something that you can get sort of like addicted to? Yeah. It contributes to like gambler's addiction and other addictions as well. But that dopamine, you're going to get that dopamine hit. That's not the dopamine. It's the endorphins that come after the dopamine, but it's the dopamine that prepares you. That goes, there's going to be some good feeling pretty soon. That right there is what keeps the gambler pulling the arm of the slot machine. Right. So one of the things that I tell guys is like when they break up with a girl or they go through they get zeroed out, they get broken up. What's the first thing guys do? They want to go drink, right? Hey, let's go. I'm going to drown my sorrows. Hey, bro, let's meet up at the local bar, right? What they're doing is they're trying to re-stimulate those good feelings with alcohol this time. So, I should go dig it up. There is a very good video. Maybe I'll pull this up. I have it. I still have it in my Twitter somewhere. Very good video. I think it's a TED talk by this woman who is not. She's not I think she's a psychologist, but she's also has a background in biochemistry. And when you're in love or when you're infatuated, the chemical signature of like the chemical cocktail that you're producing is not unlike heroin at that time. And so when you have the feelings of like arousal and sex and orgasm and release and oxytocin and all the other things I don't even know about when it comes to endocrinology. All that stuff, guys are trying to re-stimulate. Women will do something similar as well, but men tend to go the more direct route. So it's prescription opioids, or it's let's go get stoned. I want to forget about her. Let's go drink until we get blackout drunk so I don't have to think about this bitch anymore. Right? Well, essentially, it's not like you're trying to forget about her. What you're trying to do is re-stimulate that chemical cocktail that used to be there. And a lot of that has to do with the dopamine because that's the precursor to the good feelings, right? So what I have advised guys in the past is if they're going through that, you need to find healthy ways to stimulate dopamine rather than unhealthy ways. So that might be the gym. That's one of the reasons why I always advise go to the gym, get in the squat rack, go run, go do something exercise, because usually the chemicals and the endorphins that are released from exercise are stress relieving. You'll feel better about it, and maybe you're losing weight, for Christ's sake, but the dopamine, look for healthy ways to get into dopamine. Somebody described this to me, and I think I personally believe this. I'm not really sure that there's any like validity to it, but there might be. But if you listen to like music that really like gets you out, like for me, it's going to be like Swedish death metal. It's going to be like Death Angel, right? If I'm going to go listen to Lamb of God, or I'm going to go listen to, I'm going to go get in the pit and run around. And even at my age, right? I mean, I'm going to be sore in the shoulders the next day, but I'll go and do that. Like, you want to stimulate good feelings, and you're not going to be drinking, and you're not going to be doing drugs or anything like that. There's other ways to do that. That's half the reason I play in a band still to this day. So find ways to stimulate dopamine that are healthy ways to do that. And there's plenty of them. You just got to look for them. And they're not as going to be as stimulating, let's say, as like taking drugs or drinking, obviously, but that's the shortcut. All that is just a lack of creativity. So look for things that are going to be dopamine stimulating, but they're healthy ways of stimulating it. So I would suggest the gym. I would not have gotten into your content, Rollo, had it not been for your relationship with greyhounds. Well, thank you. Ned thanks you too. Okay, my bro, I've had 3 since 2020. Oh, awesome. Never fostering again. And I know why. Can you put on Ned's cast the Dowd Hounds? Okay. So Sam, I need you to save. Sammy, are you with me? I think you're with me today. There's Sammy. Sammy, I need you to save all the ones that are the 20 and up, and then give them to me at the end of the show if you would. That'd be nice. And just so that I know what to put on there. Siege, I will definitely put that on Ned's. Try to keep them short because it's a lot of real estate because he's got a long leg, but I gotta account for size too. So thank you very much for that. I will be sure I put that on his cast. Also, Zuma, what to do if I found a good girl, but she's very blue pill, expects marriage? Try not to use the term blue pill when it comes to women. Is it even worth? I would say blue pill women are actually the ones who are a little sort of hubristic, self-entitled alpha females. That I would call more blue pilled for. Like, there is a blue pill for women, and I would not necessarily say that she expects marriage. Well, okay, maybe. Is it even worth to start dating her? I'm 29, would like a family one day, but scared to enter marriage in today's gynocentric society. A prenup. I would always advise a prenup no matter what. You're 29 years old. Here's what I would say, Zuma. Wait until you're 33, 34, and then also spend a little bit more time. I don't know how long you've been with this girl. Spend more time with her and feel her out that much. You haven't done, I can tell you right now, 29, if you're asking me this question, you have not done anything like vetting. And I would not, I'm not going to tell you to get married, period, simply because it's an all downside risk for men in the United States anyways. I don't know what country you're in. However, I think marriage and monogamy should be a byproduct of a good relationship that starts before all that stuff. I've said this before, is that the frame that you start your relationship with will be the one you carry into long-term commitment. So from the word go, I would maybe ask yourself this, Zuma. There's two questions. First one is, am I in her frame or is she in my frame? That's number one. Answer that for yourself. The other one is, I'm going to tell you what I told Fresh, and I'll still tell Fresh or Myron or anybody else this. You have to ask yourself two questions. One is she a complement to my life? Is she an asset to my life, or is she a liability? If she is a complement and an asset, then that puts a plus in the plus column. Okay. Now, if you can say, was she an asset, or is she a complement to your life? Yes. Next one is she the focus of your life? If you answered yes to focus, don't do it. She cannot be the focus of your life. You need to be the focus of her life. That's really how it works. There you go. Thomas V. What are your thoughts on dual income Noah dinks in marriage? They're mostly homosexual. Before I got married in early 2000s, I was under the impression a dink marriage would be a 50-50 partnership. It was not. There's no such thing as a 50-50 partnership. In fact, if you're using the term partnership, which by the way, that term has shot up in usage over the last like 5 or 6 years, I think. I have was it Rolf Dengen reported on this. Partners, stop calling her partner. Stop looking for a partnership. Women cannot respect a guy that they can't look up to. They cannot look up to a guy who is her equal. You have to be more than her equal. Women don't want a lateral move. They want a positive upward move is what they want. Or they want to at least have the impression that that's what they're doing. I think a lot of people get this confused. So when I say, well, like to be economically desirable, you've got to make as much money as she does and then 68% more. I think that was the number. I talked about this with Pat Campbell back in the day. But I want to be the best version of myself that I can possibly be. Well, the problem is once you get to that point, you become way more valuable than the average woman. If an above average guy has a greater value than the average woman. Average women don't want to get with average guys, but above average guys don't realize how valuable they actually are. We do the female delusion calculator all the time. When I do one-on-one counseling, and yes, I still am. If you still want it, just contact me in the description. But when I do that, one of the first things I do is I have to if you come to me and you say, Rollo, I want to consult, blah, blah, blah. Here's what's going on in my life. Okay. The first thing, just figure that this is going to happen in the beginning. I'm going to listen to what your problems are, but I also am going to assess where you're at in your life. And the first thing I'm going to say is, are you overweight? Get your ass in the gym. Those are the basics. Okay. But I have to assess what your thinking is. And if you're calling, I thought it was going to be a partnership. Well, that right there is a blue pill mindset, egalitarianism. In fact, pretty much everything that Destiny talked about in that one intro video, that I'll pick that apart here in just a second because I'm going to get into great detail about that pretty soon. But he thinks like a woman. The guy is literally has like a female way of thinking. So when I'm talking about like marriage or whatever, like dual income, no kids, whatever. Yeah, I'm sure in the early 2000s that was different because we tended to think of marriage in different terms in the 20th century than because remember that you're still like, I got married in the early 2000s. Okay, well, here's the thing is most likely your mindset was formed by something that happened or some ideals that were embedded into your brain in the 20th century. Now that we have, a better understanding of human nature, we have a better understanding of what men and women are all about because, social media and the internet and, just this global, worldwide, what is it? Not multimedia, mass media, all this worldwide mass media, it's unavoidable. It's unavoidable to see this every single day. So, but I'll tell you this, like I've been seeing, I'm going to read this here in just a second. I've got I might even dig into that right now. I got this from Richard Reeves not too long ago of all people. Richard Reeves, I do follow him on Substack, and he's got a Substack that's called, and you should subscribe to it. I don't agree with I disagree with probably more than half of it, but I always like to sort of get an idea of like what these people are thinking, right? And he goes in like this new, I wonder if I can just go and grab this. Here we go. I can. I'm going to share the screen with you real quick because this is really pertinent to what you just asked a minute ago, Thomas. He talks about childlessness in average men today, or like Finnish, well, I don't say Finnish, like Finland, men of Norway, because those are the gender egalitarian, most egalitarianist, countries in the world, right? So that's why he starts with that. So let me grab this and share screen real quick. Okay, this is it. And if this looks like the myth of the lonely old man, you are not too far from the mark. I'm recently back from a trip from Scandinavia, really. Finland, Denmark, and Norway. I would love to go to, well, at least Denmark and Norway for sure. The issue of boys and men are top of mind for lots of scholars, policymakers in those countries. Yes, because the red pill is international. I am going to Kenya, to Nairobi, and I'm going to Dubai to speak there and probably do something very quickly. Now, Men's Commission on Equity. The very fact that you're going to pair equity up into this is just a failure in philosophy. But let's see. Okay, so it was in Oslo. He goes. Okay, now here's it is. Finns without kids. In Helsinki, I was told that Finnish men have the very highest rate of childlessness. Maybe because maybe the highest in the world. Global data looks hard to come by, but I was able to find a very good study of European countries, which does indeed have Finland at the top of the table for childlessness among men. Among men. It also shows a gap between men and women in rates of childlessness. But why? I thought we were 50-50 partners. I thought we were supposed to be, we're reaching for gender parity, especially judging from that big, massive march in Iceland with women demanding equal pay and the pay gap. More of that later. Okay, let's see, which was also very interesting. I'll tell you what gets me about these guys is everything's a Scooby-Doo mystery, right? This is amazing. We have to dig into this and like get our magnifying glass out and see what's going on here. Like this is shit that the Red Pill's been covering for, in my case, 20 some odd years, right? But maybe let's cut it in half, like 10 or 12, right? So I love how like this is like shocking to these guys. And it's shocking because they come from the left side of the argument. They come from more of a leftist progressivist kind of look, but it's become, what's interesting to me is like the crisis of masculinity or whatever we want to call it has become so unignorable that even the Brookings Institute think tank can't avoid it anymore. So this is a proportions of ratio of childless men. Can I see that? There we go. There you go. And this is like only 2000 to 2010. We're not even looking at like really modern numbers here. So, and by the way, this is aged 45 to 49. The issue of childlessness among men is one that I plan to return to. Good. I would love to have that discussion with you. I'm especially interested in the sex ratio. The nations with more men than women without children are likely to be of particular concern. The nations with higher rates of childlessness include some of the most generous welfare societies in the world. Remember, they're egalitarians. Which belies that there's an easy financial fix to falling fertility rates. Well, lo and behold, they're finally figuring out that it's not finances, it's not government assistance, it's women and men. Maybe it's because men have a particular sexual dimorphism or whatever that predisposes women to want to get with a certain kind of guy and not with another kind of guy. And apparently that other kind of guy they don't want to get with, they exist in droves in Finland right now. Why? What other explanation is there? Oh, we can't fix this with finances. We can't fix this with government assistance. What about the USA? I've been noodling around some of the reports, and some of the best data I can find is from the Census Bureau report, which I have used before, which uses the 2014 SIP. Okay, why are you using old data, dude? Probably because the new data makes it look even worse. It shows a childless rate of 24% among men aged 45 to 50, with no real differences by levels of education. Right. So if you look at this is childlessness here. So you're looking at, if you average these out, it comes, I think you said 24%. Okay. So one important difference between men and women, of course, is that men can father children much later in life. And in fact, the share of childless men keeps dropping up the age range down to 15.6% among men over the age of 60. That doesn't mean that they're fathering them. It just means that generation had fewer kids. Got it? Empty branches. I love this. Okay. Do you remember? Let me back this up off here. Now, I did an actual full-on post about this, but when we talk about the wall, I've done several episodes about the wall, and in China, anyways, they call women who are like unmarriageable women or who are sort of past their expiration date, they call them yellowed pearls. Okay, so a yellowed pearl is a pearl that used to be really good, but it was never used. It was sort of like fruit rotting on the vine, basically. A yellowed pearl is an old pearl. It's beautiful. It was once beautiful. It could have been on a pearl necklace. It could have been used in jewelry, but it wasn't. It was overlooked, and now it's yellowed after age. So that's kind of interesting when you also consider that, let's see, throw this up there, empty branches. In China, there's a term for men who don't reproduce despite desiring to. Okay. Is this not some sort of parallel to the yellow pearls? Guangun, I hope I said that right, or empty branches. The Chinese government is worried about them, but there's also rising concern among policymakers about isolation and loneliness. See the recent declaration of the Surgeon General. Okay, we already saw that. It's important to note in this regard that older adults living alone are also more likely to be childless. This is especially true for men. More than 1 in 3 men are living alone and don't have any children. All right. So that's that. A different study, also drawing from the SIP, focuses on older Americans age 55 and over and finds similar patterns with rising rates of childlessness for both women and men, but higher for men, meaning that women, of course, can have kids, whereas they're the ones deciding who gets born and who doesn't get born. Perhaps this is less of an effect of finances and globalized egalitarianism or gender parity, Scandinavian countries, and it has more to do with, division of labor and dimorphic sex roles. Perhaps that has something to do with it. Richard Reeves, I will be happy to send you all of the information I've already taken on this. This isn't a shock to anybody in the red pill. Strikingly, the negative impact of entering older age without children seems to be more significant for men. Childless older women have higher net wealth than any other group, and considerably more than childless older men. Not that much. 74. Okay, so you're looking at maybe $40,000, a little over $40,000, and better self-reported health than others. Okay, self-reported health is dubious at best in the United States, considering that 75% of the population is overweight. But women think that they're in good shape, so you should take that with a grain of salt. So has a disability. Now, if you look at good health status here, childless women are in the best health according to themselves and on the Census Bureau. And this is from 2018, of course. So also I'm from here on out, I'm going to be quoting where stuff came from and what year it was and how they, if possible, I will tell you what the research methods were, but this is the Census Bureau. So that's pretty obvious. Biological fathers. Now, here's what I love is whenever I listen to guys like Ruslan, or I listen to guys who are very pro-marriage, like maybe Matt Walsh or what's his face. Name the influence. Name the pep rally motivational speaker hustler. They probably will say something similar to this. Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, those guys. You'll always hear them say, "Well, married men are more healthy than unmarried men, single men." Well, again, it's also that's probably self-reported from the Census Bureau, but then they'll throw in their rationales. It's because they got a woman to look after them because they're just these helpless little baby birds who can't take care of themselves and they need mommy to save them from themselves, right? That's pretty much, and of course, then what that does is it feeds into this narrative that men need women because if they don't, then they'll get killed. A car will run over them jaywalking. They'll do something stupid that if a woman was around, she would have told them not to do. Okay, thanks, brah. All you're doing is thinking, again, like a woman. And the other part of this is that it's simply not true. They say like, oh, well, married men make more money than single men. Yeah, they have to because they have to. They have to. It's either that or you don't stay married. That's pretty much the nuts and bolts of it, right? I could show you. I will be happy to later when I go to my Twitter bookmarks. I'm going to show you this one bookmark. Essentially, what it is the number one precursor to a couple divorcing is the man either loses his job or the woman gets a promotion and starts making way more money than her husband. Why do you suppose that is, Richard Reeves? Why do you suppose it is that there are a higher incidence of childlessness amongst men than there is amongst women? Because women are doing the selecting. And so when I hear people say, well, women are the gatekeepers of sex and men are the gatekeepers of commitment. No, women are the gatekeepers of both, especially today. They get to decide who they're going to have sex with, who they're going to breed with, who's going to pay and who's going to pay the bills, because this is a gynocentric social order, and that's how it's been arranged. Whether that's in marriage, great. You get one set of narratives if you're a good conservative tradcon in marriage, and then you can talk about certain things. Then if you're not, then you can just simply quote these stats here and say, well, look, single women or single childless women are healthier. I've seen those. One of the reasons why I do certain like intros, like I'll do parallels. Like, does this video not contradict the other one? And this is what people are seeing constantly over and over and over. We're being bombarded with videos and 45-second clips. That one 45-second clip can say, women who are unmarried and childless are the happiest and healthiest demographic in America. And then the very next clip, 45 seconds, will say the exact opposite. Married women with children are living their best lives. And here's why. Let's go look at the IFS studies, right? Exactly the opposite. And so you get this back and forth. Whose data are we using? Who's more valid? Who's more legit? It really doesn't make any difference, because the average guy who's watching it, or average woman who's watching this, isn't going to go, I think I'm going to go look up those 10 peer-reviewed meta studies about this, and then I'll form an opinion from this 45-second video. No one's going to do that, and they know that. All it is backing up an ideology. It's backing up a philosophy, a belief set. So what do you believe? Married women are healthier? Married women with kids are healthier? This is a flex, right? It's the little, one little blonde girl from the pastoral scene from the Amish Dutch country in Pennsylvania, right? With 5 kids and another one on the way because she's got the positive pregnancy test. I know this is a flex. And then the other one is, what Dan Bilzerian with his O's. This is not a flex. Well, I could probably find studies that will show you that if you're a single guy at Dan's age and you're surrounded by beautiful women, your testosterone's higher, you're living your best life, you have sexual selection, and you're actually probably pretty happy with yourself, because whenever I talk to Dan, it seems like he's a pretty happy, healthy dude. Sorry, Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. Well, wouldn't he be better off if he had a wife and kids? Probably not Dan. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but it seems to me like he's actually living a pretty decent life the way he's doing it right now. And it's just a lifestyle choice for these guys. But I can find you studies that will prove both are correct. And this is one of them. Let's see. What I'm certain of is that fertility, family, and fatherhood are issues that go much deeper than a lot of the social science I normally focus on. We're not talking here about earnings and college degrees, but flesh and blood, legacy, and loneliness. Okay. This was her. There are also important distinctions between childless men and women. Childless older women appear to be in a more advantageous position than their male counterparts later in life. There it is. Anybody want to refute that? Anybody on the TradCon side want to refute those numbers? That's from the U.S. Census Bureau. So I can make a case, TradCons, at least from this data here, that this guy's, whoever the author, this guy is correct. Childless older women appear to be in a more advantageous position than their male counterparts later in life. They have better self-rated health scores and right? And higher personal net worth than childless men. Of course they do. Research on family life course trajectories, which looks at combined histories of partnerships and parenting roles occupied by an individual over their lifetime, suggests that these roles are more strongly linked to later life health for men than for women. Got it? All right. What I am certain of is that fertility, family, and fatherhood are issues that go much deep. Okay, I already got that. I don't know yet what this is the Pearl Davis moment for Richard Reeves here. I don't know yet quite what to make of all of this. No, Rich, you do. You just don't want to say it out loud. That's the silent part. You're not supposed to say out loud. That's okay. That's why you got me. That's why you got the red pill. We'll say this shit out loud. The debate about rising childlessness and falling fertility is a confusing one. No, it really isn't. With data and values getting mixed up, it's especially hard to know how much these patterns are the result of positive preferences, unwanted failures, or some ambiguous middle ground. there's ambiguous. It's not ambiguous. And anybody who's been a part of the red pill community for the last 10 years knows that is actually way more specific than that. There's some evidence that men are less keen on having children than in the past. That and average women don't want to fuck average men. Perhaps that has something to do with it. And gay men are much less likely to have children than lesbian women. That's because lesbian women have a uterus. It's not fucking rocket science. I know many very content. I know many very content people without children. This is the happiness part of this. Okay. No, you don't. You don't know very content people. They're not content. Contentment is not part of the human algorithm. Period. End of story. Stop backing that shit up. Among my closest friends and family. So I certainly don't think children are somehow essential for a fulfilling, purposeful life. This is the guy that has two. I know that he has two sons. But the people I know are ones who took a clear, conscious decision. Oh, maybe that's good for them because they're so responsible, right? For every one of those, there are likely many more who just don't manage to find the right person or the right time to become a parent. Well, apparently, Rich, that's happened more and more often since about, 2005, 2006. That's a very different thing. And it looks like it might be especially corrosive for men to end up on a bare branch of their own family tree. No, it's not a bare branch. It's extinction. They go extinct. And they're actually, in some cases, they're participating in their own extinction. There you go. I wanted to put that one out there because I've got some, let me see if I got, I got to catch up to all of my super chats here in just a second. Don't worry. I will get to you. I promise you I will get to you. I got to get to the live stream real quick. There we go. Okay. I see you. Don't worry. I've got the other one running up here too. But let me also toss another thing out here. I don't know if this was it. Oh, this is another great one. Also, Richard Reeves, ahead of the self-deletion prevention weekend, a reminder that men are 4 times more likely to lose their life to suicide. Don't you love how we've made euphemisms for suicide, for self-deletion? I can't even say the word because I'm worried about the algorithm. We can't even say the word, but we make euphemisms for it. So, and by the way, this is by age too, so you can have a look at that, which I thought was good. But I want to point this out. I actually brought this up with Pat Campbell at one point. It was right after Anthony Bourdain self-deleted, right? When did we make suicide like this enigma, or this we've anthropomorphized it? We've turned it into something that's outside. No, you commit suicide. You don't. It doesn't knock on your door and go, "Hey, Rollo, it's me, suicide. Time to face the music, bro." That doesn't happen. Why do we do that? Well, I'll tell you. I can explain to you why this happens. Because it fits a gynocentric narrative. Because in doing so, in depersonalizing that act, it's as if it's something outside. Suicide just got him. I don't know how. Was it Matthew Perry right now from Friends found dead in his hot tub? Well, maybe he was too much Molly in the heat of he got raised the heart rate. I don't know. Dude was 54, right? 1 year younger than I am. Had problems. Don't get me wrong. I 100% agree. Definitely had problems. Had a drug addiction, even during the show, even during Friends. Funny as hell. Seems a nice enough guy. Certainly in all the interviews I've ever seen the guy about, but definitely had his demons, for lack of a better term. But deleted. And people are saying it was probably an overdose or a non-accidental overdose. So when we're talking about self-deletion, it's not the reason why we depersonalize it is because it takes the blame and it takes the onus off of anybody else, particularly women. Okay. So for instance, when Anthony Bourdain self-deleted, the first thing anybody wanted to say, well, it wasn't Asia Argento. She didn't do it. It wasn't, she wasn't her fault, blah, blah. Well, she knew it was her fault. Because she went after her fault. She didn't actually put the noose around his neck, but she knew that she was going to be the catalyst for his self-deletion. In fact, she knew it so well that she went to the paparazzi who was taking pictures of her and her 29-year-old boy toy gallivanting around Italy, saying, please don't publish those pictures because it will absolutely destroy Anthony Bourdain. And she was right. And she knew it. And you know what? All her friends probably. Rose McGowan, you fucking knew it too. I know that Rose McGowan actually shows up in Sticky Paws Studios every once in a while. And I've just been this fucking close, man. Because now she's a darling of the right wing. How that happened, I don't know. But I got some questions. Is she still like, as above, so below? Is she still in the witchcraft thing? Because that was their whole thing. Back then, anyways, that was 2018. But yeah, we depersonalize, particularly for men. I want to go, maybe I should do this study. I should look this up. I should look up the reports for self-deletion for men and for women and see how often we see it depersonalized for women as like in the same like narrative sense that we do for men. So it's like, oh, he died by suicide, right? No, he committed suicide. He ended his life. We just don't want to say that. Anthony Bourdain ended his life. It wasn't, some nebulous, suicide. Hey, I'm suicide. Here I am. No. And the reason why I hate that stuff too, because like maybe it's because I'm Gen X or something like that, but I've always, whenever I've read stories about people self-deleting, it's always been committed. And now you're going to tell me that it's not. I got a real problem with that because there's only one reason for that. It's not safe spaces, and it's not like trying to, we want to lessen the blow. We don't want anybody to feel bad about it. We want anybody to feel bad about it. Well, you should fucking feel bad about it. For fuck's sake, men kill themselves at like at least 4 times the rate of women do. But if we depersonalize it, then suddenly it's, well, you never know when suicide's just going to show up on your front porch. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Hey, pour out a 40 for Chandler. Chapter 7 on the Rational Male Religion book was my favorite. Oh, really good. I loved the metal band history. Oh, you mean Striper? What was your favorite chapter? Oh, okay. So this is, thank you for your $20 donation. Well, you know what? Well, that's not the one here. There you go. Since you quoted the religion book, by the way, which is available on Amazon, go get it today, particularly buy the print version, because you never know when the digital versions, audio and visual, might not be there. Chapter 7. Geez, what was my favorite chapter? What was my favorite chapter in religion? Well, I have to. Okay, that's easy. It's the last chapter. The last chapter of religion, which is there you go, available at Amazon. Buy it today. Here, look, I'll even give you the SKU number. The last chapter, because that's the most personal thing I've ever written in my life. Simply because people will say, "Well, you're the rational male. How can you believe in God? How could I have a faith? You have a faith? What? I knew you were smuggling Jesus into all of this." Read the last chapter and you'll understand how ridiculous that claim is. But I think that's probably the last chapter because I talk about like how I came to a belief in God. So, and it will surprise you. Redneck Adrian, 32 years old, Fang job. Somebody tell me what Fang means. Last serious relationship was in 2015. Whatever tail I had over the last 8 years fell into my lap, or she fell onto your lap. I don't know how to flirt anymore, and I'm embarrassed about my situation. Flirting is especially like one of the things that's really tough for I would say like guys like Mike from like MOA, like Men of Action, or guys who are like quote unquote pickup artists or dating coaches, right? Is how do you throw playful banter out, right? How do you flirt? And there's so many different ways to flirt that I think that, and here's the problem is every time if I were to say right now, here's what you do, bro. If I'm going to tell you that, it's going to sound cringy. He's old. He's like 90. What's he talking about flirting? What does he want? Like some young chippy? Like I'm already going to get that just for even answering this question. So fuck it. But when you sort of look at flirting in a vacuum, like out of a social context, like not live and in person, there's a whole lot of, it's a lot different to record a song than it is to play it live and know what the audience is and react to the audience. You get that bag, you get that instant feedback and everything. It's kind of like surfing. You feel that wave kind of thing. It's way different than when I'm trying to play the same songs I've been playing for forever and the red light comes on. I'm like, oh my God. So it sounds, whatever I would tell you right now, I could say, oh, here's some pickup lines that you should use to flirt. I think flirting is an art. And if you don't have it, then don't try to flirt. Sometimes flirting just comes more natural. And in fact, I think it's almost like Zen, it's like the best kind of flirting happens when you're not trying to flirt or just allowing yourself to flirt. The problem I have with flirt, like the term flirting is it's really a term that's used to describe social skills, really social interactions that hopefully will lead to something more than just, being friends. Right? So I could say, well, I'll tell you the first thing about learning those social skills or relearning them or updating them. One thing you could do is simply join a Men of Action. Please do. But you have other people to sort of bounce ideas off of, or maybe they've got better ideas. But even if you did that, I'll tell you what Mike will probably tell you, and I'll tell you the same thing, is you have to get out there and practice. You have to use those skills. You're going to fall flat on your face. You're going to look cringy. That's cringy. You're corny. Like that. Be ready for that, especially if you haven't had a real relationship since 2015. The other thing I would say is you mentioned that you said, what is it? I had over the last 8 years, the pussy that you got, the tail that you got over the last 8 years fell into your lap. Okay. Well, I would argue it probably didn't. There's probably something or some set of behaviors or something you did or said or looked. You're in the right place at the right time. Go back to those situations, like how you met like you said, let's see, whatever tail I had fell into my lap. Okay, let's just say, for example, you had, I don't know, a handful. Let's say 6, right? Look at each one of those situations. Say, what did I do right and what did I do wrong? Even I think one of the things that guys usually do is we learn more from what we do wrong than what we do right, and that's a danger. I think it's in Robert Greene's book Mastery. Said it's a curse to get it right the first time, because you don't know how to, you won't know exactly how to repeat it, and you'll be high on your victory and high on, hey, it worked, yes, I pulled the trigger and I pulled the switch and then the light came on, right? If you don't analyze what went right and how did I do this? You're going to be way more critical on how you did things wrong and what you'll change in the future than what went right. And usually when that comes to interpersonal relationships, when it comes to social interactions and social skills, guys, especially in the red pill, man, I know it's probably the most common story I get is guys who will read my work, or they'll start putting it into practice, or they'll do something that works for them, right? And they go, oh, Rollo, I got the girl of my dreams. I finally got a girl to kiss me. I finally got a girl that wants to fuck me. I finally got a girl who's really into me. Thanks, Rollo. I got it from here. Bye. And 6 months later, I heard that guy come back. Oh, they should have me. I don't know what I did wrong. Tell me, Rollo, help. Okay, here's my money. If you would have just said, hey, if I would just taken 5-10 minutes and said, okay, what did you do right to get there? If you just analyze what you did right, then you'll be able to repeat that in the future. Keep those in mind. Keep in mind what you did right with those ones. Flirting is so it's body language. It's being a good conversationalist. There's a lot of different elements to flirting. So if I said, say this, say that, that might seem cringy, but if you're doing it within a particular context, then suddenly it doesn't. Suddenly it works. I can tell you how I flirted with my wife for the first time, but that was in 1995. It was at a club, and maybe that's not where you're going to be at. So anybody telling you, there's some basics to flirting, right? Don't over-sexualize too quickly. Read the Player's Handbook, by the way. I have a whole section of the Player's Handbook about flirting. But it's all contextual, and you have to be able to read a situation. Before you can flirt, you have to be able to be situationally aware. let's see. Be aware of your environment. Also, you have to be able to read the environment, and you have to be able to read the woman as well. There's certain ways of flirting that will work with one girl that won't work with another. If you're flirting with a girl who's like 21 years old and you're flirting with a girl who's 31 years old, it's a world of difference. Keep that in mind. I would say go in the meantime, if you haven't got it already, the Player's Handbook, I actually cover this in detail. Let's see. Cheese Tax, thank you for your $10 cheese tax. Actually, it's Anna she's the cheese dog. Ned could care less about cheese, but Anna was like, she wants like the cubed freaking cheddar cheese. Bungalows for bachelors. As a man, never start out your sentence with as a man. I'll explain to you why. Is it unwise to commit to monogamy with someone with a much lower SMV? As a man? Or is the understanding of male and female nature more important to ensure a successful long-term relationship? Well, what is your priority? That's the thing. Is your priority a successful long-term relationship? What does success look like? Because success is not going to, I hate to go Jordan Peterson like woo-woo fortune cookie on you here, but what does success look like? Just getting married? Is just getting married success? I don't think so. I'm probably going to get into this with James Sexton, Esquire. Next week in Miami, I will be there. I'll be myself, Mike Sartain, and James Sexton, divorce attorney, James Sexton. We will all be in Miami making our rounds. But I would say, he would say, well, if you got a guy who's got a relationship, or he's got a 60, let's see, he's a 25-year marriage, and he's in a pit of misery. Is that a successful long-term relationship? No, but you're stuck. So it kind of depends on what you want to define as success first. One of the things I've written about in the past and has been actually reaffirmed by science is the difference in what I call sexual market value ratios. And I'm happy to dig that up for you and read it to you if you'd like. Someone with a much lower SMV. Now, if you as a guy, I think there's this misnomer, right? There's this idea that if you are a 6 and she's a 6, then that's the ideal pairing. It's not. You need to be a 7 and she needs to be a 6, or she needs to be a 6 with value added and you need to be a 7. It's all imperative that it's a 1-to-2 ratio instead of parity, instead of 1-to-1. And I know that sounds really fucked up, but there's multiple studies that show the exact same thing. In fact, I've even read them on this show. That a man who has a higher sexual value than a woman does, that woman will. You want to know a woman the kind of woman who will submit to you is the one who believes, at least perceptually, thinks that she is a half step to 1 step below you in sexual market value. Women don't want a man to cheat, but they love a man who could cheat. You want to know the woman that's the dominant guy that she's going to submit to? That guy is at least in her eyes. It doesn't necessarily perceptually true. It doesn't have to be. But in her eyes, she sees that guy as being 1 step above her in sexual market value. That keeps her on her toes. It also keeps competition anxiety. It also keeps dread, which, by the way, Ryan Stone has just written another book about. Competition anxiety, dread, for lack of a better term. It's not an ultimatum. It's not a manipulation tool. It's just this unconscious, unspoken understanding that you're the kind of guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck, even if it's just like she's a 6 and you're a 7. Right? It keeps women on their toes, and it also keeps them deferential. It also certainly an aid, anyways, in a woman wanting to submit to a worthy man's cause. But those are, by and large, statistically proven better, healthier relationships. Now, the thing that I always get, and stop in your tracks because I know what you're going to say. Well, I don't want to get with an ugly girl. I'm not saying ugly. I'm saying perceptually. So a woman who is an 8 and you happen to be a 6 or a 7, objectively speaking, relatively speaking, but that 8 thinks you're a 9 for whatever reason, doesn't make any difference. It's all perception. She thinks you're a 9 and the rest of the world thinks you're a 6. The only one who really matters is the girl who's the 8 who thinks you're a 9. And how you pull that off is really up to the individual. Okay. Maybe you're like, a lot of guys will say, well, hey, I'm from a physical standpoint, maybe I'm an 8 and she's a 7. She really wants to suck my cock, man. She's really all about it. Right. But I'm an out of work snowboarder and in a transient workforce. I make no money. I don't have any education and my game is just passable. Anyone else would say, well, you're a good looking loser. But that girl who happens to be, an 8 and she thinks you're a 9 because you fulfill sort of this fantasy or you slip into this this role of the alpha that she can't get over. If you fill in, and when you see a really good looking girl and she can't get over a guy and you look at that guy and you say, this guy's a piece of shit. This guy, he's not that good looking and he doesn't have a job. He's homeless. Comes from, he kicks his dogs or whatever. Why does she keep going back to this guy? She's so much like you. How many times have you seen that? Even their girlfriends will say the same thing. Even the women will say, what the fuck do you see in this guy? But she does perceptually for whatever reason. It could be daddy issues. It could be anything, but she sees that guy as a 9 and she's a 7 or she's an 8, even though maybe she's a 9 or a 10 herself. She just said, well, she has low self-esteem. And that, by the way, I have to point out, it should also be another rating. I'm going to steal this wholesale from Tom Likas. Okay. Tom Likas used to say, there's regional differences, in rating scores for women. I proposed this at that time is that there should also be 2 scores. There should be like, what's her physicality? If she's like an 8 or a 9. Awesome. But if her self-esteem, if she's a 9 and her self-esteem is a 3, you got real fucking problems. And then that's the positive inversion, right? So if you got a woman who's like an 8 and her self-esteem is a 3, that's when you get those women going, what does she see in this guy? But the more common situation is a woman who is a 4 on the look scale, but her self-esteem, her ego is like a 9 or a 10. She's full of herself and she thinks she deserves the fucking world. That's actually the more common scenario. You're looking at this pig who thinks she is a 10. You see that all the time. But we've been talking about that for the last 10 or 12 years in the red pill. Those are the ratios that I'm talking about. So the optimal ratio, if I was going to, because we're looking at, people hate it when I turn the sexual market into, like intersexual dynamics. They hate it when it becomes commodified because it takes all the power away from women when you do that. If you say she's a 10, or if you can find some way to quantify and qualify, but you quantify women hate to be pigeonholed into, oh, she's a 9, she's a 10. In fact, I've seen schools that will expel students who make these lists of like the girls in their class and they go, oh, Becky's a 10, Susie's a 4, like they'll go through that. But then what happens is like there are literally apps that will rate those guys so that if another girl actually dates that guy, she'll know what he'll have, like a Yelp review for like the kind of date or the kind of dude he is. Or he's great, but his teeth aren't right, or he has bad breath, or he's got a little dick or whatever. Like there are literally apps that women will use amongst other women to say, well, oh, you dated him? I think they might even be called Don't Date Him Girl or something. But they're literally apps that women will make those. They're not even making handwritten lists. It's like, it's high technology, man. He's a good looking guy, but he's not really an attorney. He told me he was going to be an attorney. He doesn't really have a 6-figure income. He was great in bed, but don't marry him, girl. Right? Literally ratings and probably pictures too. I don't know. I haven't seen the most recent versions of these things, but that's acceptable. But it's not acceptable for a man to say, she's an 8. How dehumanizing. You've turned a woman into a number. We all do. Everybody does. Everyone does. And even if we don't vocalize it, we're doing it here. You see, check it. Like the men's ability to determine sexual viability in a woman is instantaneous. And just because we don't put a number to it right there and vocalize it doesn't mean we're not doing it, ladies. So just every man in the world objectifies women. They have to. It's actually a survival trait. It's an evolved adaptation. Men objectify women, period. End of story. In fact, they've done fMRI studies where they will show like a half naked chick and it triggers the synapses in the brain, right, that are associated with tool use. Men look at women part by part before they look at the whole. That's a feature, not a bug of human nature. That's how men, because you know what? The men who did that, they went on to sire the next generation. And if they didn't, you wouldn't be here as a guy. So stop making it into some big, huge socially constructed, it's patriarchy. It's this social, societal, endemic problem. It's problematic that men objectify women. No, it's not. Women love to be objectified. Women would rather be objectified than idealized. They would rather not be set on a pedestal, but they do. They sure as fuck like to be objectified. It is Halloween fucking weekend, right? What did you see last week? What did you see on, I wish I would have been in Vegas. What did you see on Thursday, Friday, Saturday? If you went out to the clubs in Vegas, those women want to be objectified. Trust me on it. Take that to the fucking bank. The chicks making videos, TikTok videos in the gym, showing off their ass and going, he was looking at my ass. She wants to be they want to be objectified. So, well, that's horrible. You're turning him into a sexual object. Yes. Women know that. They would rather be objectified than idealized. They don't want to be put. And by the way, that objectification only applies to guys that are hot, guys that they want that objectification from. It would, if it was only hot guys that were objectifying women, you wouldn't hear anything about it whatsoever. So don't think, like, embrace your male nature, embrace your animal side. It's always funny. It's like, if I were to say that to, how like Jordan Peterson always talks about, you have to be a dangerous man. You have to be a sword, but you got to keep the sword in the sheath. You got to be a man who has the capacity for violence. Okay, great. Sounds good. But you're also a man who, biologically, evolutionarily speaking, will objectify women too. So if you're going to embrace the capacity for violence, Jordan, you also have to embrace the other shit too. That's why I keep saying there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. There's only masculinity and the parts that work well in a gynocentric social order and those that don't. The only time women have a problem with toxic masculinity is when it doesn't serve female imperatives. That's why. Ridiculous. Zumo, you get one of these. It seems girls raised in South America are more traditional, which is good. How so? But perhaps more blue pill. Sure, female nature is roughly the same across cultures, but there's seems to be a different set of expectations. Would love to hear your okay. Well, so let me point something out to you here really quickly, because that sort of segues into something I wanted to talk about here. No, that's okay. There it is. Did I have it still in? Yes, I do. Okay. These are the 4 laws of behavioral genetics. Okay. And I won't like go into them in super detail, but all traits are partially heritable. If you want the links to these, I'll give them to you. Second law, the effects of genes is larger than the effects of shared environment. That's the key one here. Law 3, a lot of variance in behavioral traits isn't attributable to either genes or a shared environment. So sometimes it doesn't matter. And then law 4, most complex traits are shaped by many genes of small effect. Okay, so that's more sort of internal. But not law number 2 is actually one I want to get here. The effects of genes is larger than the effects of shared environment. Okay, so environmentally speaking, we can apply that to culture. Okay, so if you're born in a different country, you're raised in a different way. It's not that genes aren't important. The machine doesn't change. Okay, your genes are what they are. So women are going to have genetic evolutionary predilections for certain things, no matter what. How that's expressed, though, is dependent upon the environment. So if you live in a repressive Muslim country where you have to wear a burqa all the time, then that's going to modify law number 2. It's going to modify the ability to express that stuff. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It does. So when people say, oh, Rollo, this girl was more hypergamous than the other girl who was less hypergamous. No, they're both the same amount of hypergamous, because it's not about it's not quantifying. It is part of the machine. How it's expressed is differently, is how it goes. So it used to be that back prior to the sexual revolution, men and women were still men and women. Women were hypergamous. Men wanted to, wanted to get unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. If you want to know why the bomber pilots in World War II painted pinups on the nose art of their bombers, is because they wanted to see a hot piece of ass before that was the last thing they saw before they went crashing down if they got shot down by flak or enemy fire, right? But this pussy is very powerful over guys, and that's what we think about because the guys who thought about it the most are the ones who went on to reproduce. Okay. Women, on the other hand, have always been hypergamous. It doesn't matter what time, it doesn't matter what the context is. They are. How it's expressed is the difference here. So, for instance, prior to the sexual revolution, we had social stigmas, we had religion, we had like women were like your grandmothers and your grandfathers. They knew better. Boy, they were conventionally masculine and feminine, and they were traditional. And no, they were not any more than you. They didn't. It's not like your great grandfather wanted to tap your great grandmother's ass just as much as you do in the clubs right now. Absolutely, because the machine doesn't change. How that happens is what changes. So the context in which your great grandfather was allowed to tap that ass might have been, he might have had to jump through hoops that you never have to jump through, or he might have had an easier time of it depending on what it is than you do. So really it's kind of futile to like expect to have a time machine and go back and say, well, there were more, I want to go to another country because they're more traditional there. Yeah, but that comes with its advantages and its disadvantages too. Trust me, your great grandfather who was trying to tap that ass, he was like, God damn it, how do I get around? How do I get her? How do I elope with Mildred? How do I get in there? You know, well, you got to marry her. You got to have a job. You got to, okay, well, what do I got to do? Give me the checklist of things I got to do so I can tap that ass. Well, X, Y, Z. But it's much different since the sexual revolution, obviously. But the impetus and the machine doesn't change. Only the context of the machine changes. So just don't think that, well, I'm going to go to a Latin country, or I'm going to go to Thailand. I'm going to go somewhere, Philippines. Well, women are more feminine and they're going to like passport bros. Yeah, man, they're better over there. Just trading one set of problems for another because women are still women, whether they're in the Philippines or the United States. The context changes. Like, what is it? Eddie Murphy and his first like stand up on HBO. He was like, you take a woman out of the bush, right? She's in Africa and she's on the plains riding a zebra, and you take her off of there, and her name is Umfufu. And you take Umfufu and you bring her back to the United States, and within like 2 weeks, she's like, "What have you done for me lately, Eddie?" Suddenly because the context changes. It's funny because it's true. The context changes. She's still just as hypergamous as the bitches that are in the United States. You just happen to find her, on a zebra in Uganda. I know where are zebras? Shows my lack of knowledge here. For Ned, you can just put my name on it. I will do that. Hatan Clogs. That's what I'm going to put on there. Mark that, Sammy. I would appreciate you to do that. Always grab the ones for Ned. That's going to be, I will put, what I was going to do when I'm done with today's show, I'm going to do a quick hit Instagram, like reel or video. And I'm going to show you, like, I'm putting your name on that. So, you will get your product. What's funny is the reason why I even thought of that is because Ned has had a cast on before because he had hardware in when he was on track. His track injury required that he had to wear a splint and wear a hard cast. So what does my daughter do? Right, like starts writing, signing all this stuff on she's done that for several of our greyhounds. I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea. All right, what do we got? Need to get Ned a cute little Pomeranian to give him a sponge bath. I think Anna might have a problem with that, Alan. It's a good idea. I'll tell him. I'll bring that up. I always carry pepper spray and walking my grace. Yeah. The other thing I do is I wish I should have brought it up here. I have two batons. I have two stun batons. One's like, it looks like a flashlight. It's easier to carry just because I have to run with the dogs. The other one I have is like a baton. It's like, and it'll extend. And it's about big, maybe 3 feet long. And then it has a flashlight, a halogen light in it. And it also puts out something like 20,000 megajoules, or I forget what it is, but it will fuck you up. And I got it specifically for that. Unfortunately, I wasn't here to deliver the jolt. Get well soon, Ned. I'll do your homework this week. Okay, Sterling Wheel. Put that one on there too, Sammy. Let's see. Ned has time to devote to his studies while on the mend. Wayne, you're on. I'll put your name on him. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, Wayne. At the gates of the gynocentric globalist Marxist matrix of elites of Mordor. For Ned, okay, Wandering Warrior, you are now your name will be added to the Hall of Heroes on Ned's cast. This is great, man. You guys are good. Let's see. Bungalow for bachelors. And I'll take some of that advertising real estate on Ned's cast too. Okay, put that on there. Bungalows for bachelors. Sammy, grab all those for me, please. Archive all of these for me. Much appreciated. Let's see. Oh man, this is awesome. Thank you, bro. Oh, fuck. Guilty, oh, wait. Speed Freak 33. I will blow your name up to 20 point type. Thank you for the $200 donation for Ned's rehabilitation fund. For his for his adamantium claw installation, his Wolverine super healing. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. And you guys are gonna remember, I'm looking at like upward of like $12,000 for all this shit. And yes, there's gonna be a lawsuit for sure. Yuri, thank you. What's the most effective? Oh, you get one too. What's the most effective way that I can take to achieve the level of game and SMV where women accept me having multiple women? Okay. But still want to have a relationship with me and not just sex. Okay. So you want a main and you want like side pieces? Is that what you open on your end and closed on their ends? Like you want the Justin Waller effect is or the Michael Sartain effect. Made good progress. Not there yet. Want to make sure I develop that effectively. Okay. So when we talk about money, muscles, and game, okay, that's the trifecta. We can also look at it as health, wealth, and relationships. All three of those, money, muscles, game, all that, health, wealth, relationships, that is the sum total of all that is your frame. That is remember, when I talk about frame is not something that is separate from those. It is the amalgamation, right? It is the trifecta. It's the gestalt of money, muscles, and game. There's your gestalt. That's your vocabulary word for today, children. It is the sum total of all of that. So all of that becomes the world into which a woman wants to enter. So if you are going to get into a position like Mike, you've got to be at an elite level. The one thing that the female delusion calculator doesn't do is it only goes up to $500,000 a year. It doesn't go to $1 million. It doesn't go to $5 million. It does. One of the things I couldn't do with CJ Sparks on the very first episode of Access Vegas. She was like, I need a guy who makes $5 million a year. I'm like, really? Because she makes quite a bit of money. And so that's a criteria for women who want to have a quote unquote long-term relationship, right? Now, I love CJ like a sister, and I know the kind of guys she gets with. I also happen to know that there's a lot of women who are like fitness models who are like part of the girls that we have on Access Vegas. And they'll be like, I want a guy with a sweet heart and a good heart and a good soul. He's got to be dependable and loyal. And he's got to look like a Chippendales dancer too. So let's put that one on the table as well. Because all these women who say it's what's on the inside that counts. Yeah. Because usually what's on the outside is already taken care of for them. These are the ones that are dating Brock the bartender and Brock the quarterback. Brock Purdy, the quarterback. Thank you very much, Michael Sartain. But the outside's already taken care of. So that's why they tend to focus on those kinds of things. And so that's why money tends to be something that they look at. Trust me, the girls that are on our show that are, these are elite level hot chicks. And by the way, I don't have the exact numbers on this, but I just from being part of the show for over a year now, I will tell you this, that these women make a lot of money and they are exceptionally good looking. Most average guys would be like, if Stephanie, the big boobies, or if Elizabeth Chevalier were to say, go look her up, Playboy Planet, I think she's at something like, or hell, you can even Amanda Nicole, 8.7 million followers on Instagram. She Playboy Planet, and she's a little heavy for my tastes, but I get why she's popular. between her and between Sydney from our fitness girl Sydney, like Sydney's does it for me. Maybe not so much Amanda. I like Amanda. She's very nice. I understand why she's attractive. Don't get me wrong. But between those girls, I think that if you were to walk those girls through like average dudes, it would be like seeing a wild animal walk through, and they would lose their mind. They wouldn't know what to do with them. And I don't think that they like, so just to get with that girl in the first place is like just to monogamously, you know, closed on your end, closed on her end. That's the dream girls and children with dynamite. That's the dream girl. I would never want to get with anyone else if I had a girl that looked like that and act like that. And she was so sweet and so nice, although she's the one that like bashed in the windshield in that one video. But I would love to get with a girl like that. I would never do anything wrong. I'd be loyal. I'd be the perfect boyfriend. Oh, if you'd only choose me, pick me. Now, there's that, the average guy. And then there's the guy who's like, oh, so to the average guy to say, I wonder if I could get that girl to be my main. Well, I got side pieces too. It's like you're speaking Swahili. It's like you're speaking a foreign language. Like it's not even an afterthought. It doesn't even enter their brains. And the reason is because those guys will never be at the elite level that, like, say, Mike Sartain or Justin Waller. And I'm only using their names because those are the guys I happen to know personally. There's other guys that do the same thing. They have a main and they have their side pieces. It's open on their end and closed on the girl's end. And now Mike has a little bit different arrangement with Kylie. Now, Kylie and Mike have been together for a year now. She is 21, I guess, coming up on 22. And it's closed on her end and open on his end, but she's the one who sources their fun time with other girls, right? So that's just how their situation works. It's a little bit different than, like, say, Justin Waller, who's just like, I'm just going to hit it if it's there. And then his main is like, okay with that because she understands how high value. She's not going, trust me, Justin Waller's main girl is not going to leave him because she understands just how high a value he is. And most guys can't even sniff at that elite level. I can't. I'll tell you right now, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. Not now. I mean, I like, it's nice to be like flirted with by, girls half your age. That's fine, fun. But that's like, I don't make the kind of money that I could even entertain that thought right now. And people think I'm way more paid than I actually am. But I mean, I live comfortable. I buy the things I want. I buy expensive guitars. I don't buy McLarens. I buy expensive guitars because that's what I want. I have a Camaro. I want it, right? I don't need a McLaren. It'd be nice to have one, but it's not something I'm going to go pursue. Right? I can have what I want, but the thing is like, I'm not at that elite level, not like money muscles game. The money part, I don't even sniff at like Justin Waller or Mike probably makes more money than I do. I'm pretty sure he does. I'm dead ass certain he does. Just by him not having kids, he makes more money than I do. So what is it that allows for that? What is the buffer that allows for a guy to have a main and then have her accept side pieces or go out and get side pieces for him? It's usually because that guy is so high level that woman accepts and understands and acknowledges the fact that he's so high level, she couldn't do better. Remember what I said about the hypergamous question or the hypergamous doubt, which is he the best I can do? Those dudes answer that question there's no doubt that those guys are the best that those women can do. And any guy that comes after that, you want to talk about alpha widows? Imagine you are even just a side piece for one of these guys. Yeah, you're basically the alpha widow for them. And they're hoping against hope that they're going to be able to lock you down. That's why guys who are of that caliber have to be very careful when it comes to birth control. Like, wrap the rascal, because women are motivated to. It's like what was it, the NBA, when they put out that notice for NBA players saying, be careful, make sure you flush the condom if you're on the road and you are hooking up with girls, because women have been scooping out the jizz and putting it artificially inseminating themselves. They had to put out a league-wide memo to all players who are on the road, right? Because they were worried about like paternity suits for these guys and get trapped. PJ Washington and Brittany Renner is a good example of this. Right? Baby trapped. So guys who are of that elite level where they can say, you know what, I'm so high level that if you don't want to be my main, I'm okay with that, because there's probably 4 or 5 other girls who want to be, because they recognize that I'm high level. Most guys never achieve that, nor even the guys who do, the very rare, like a fraction of 1% of guys will go, yeah, maybe I want to have some side pieces, have the ego and the self, presence of mind to say, you know what, I'm going to have a main. I'm not going to do it the traditional way. Closed on your ends, open on my ends. For most guys, that's a really rare animal. So before you start saying, well, how do I get to that? I could tell you right now, you've got to earn a lot of money. You've got to be in peak physical shape. Even, some ways, money, muscles, and games. Sometimes money will offset physique. Sometimes physique will offset money. Game can offset either one. It could be a force multiplier or detriment to you, just depends. But the combination, an extreme combination of all those, is really what leads to the situation you're trying to get into, Yuri. Is it possible to ever talk about greyhounds, Rollo? Yes, we can talk about it right now, because this is a Q&A. Maybe through Zoom. Yeah, we can. Siege, if you want to, email me and I'll put you on the list for my next Patreon. By the way, I still do my Patreon, my group Patreon. We got 6 guys right now. I'm trying to get more guys in there. It's a group chat. It's a group talk. If you have something that you like, you have a counseling, or you just want to be a part of the group, or you just want to join my little tiny group of guys. I do it. I've been trying to do it twice. I was hoping to do it twice this month, but then of course the attack happened. But I will be doing it twice in November. I'm trying to do it every other week. I do it for 2 hours for my top tier Patreon subscribers. So my Patreon link, by the way, is in the description. Just go beneath the fold and you'll see it there. But I'd be happy to talk about the greyhounds. No problem. And guitars and fast cars and anything else that's just, hobbies, no problem. Warhammer 40,000. Nerd stuff. All right, Jacobit W. For Ned. Okay, mark that down, Sammy. Thank you very much. You are on the cast. Thank you. Casting call. Oh yeah, Big Mo. Big Mo is most definitely going on Ned's cast.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Big Mo. Just remember, no E or on Mo, and Big Mo on the cast. You got it. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously, Mo. Thank you. I will. You know what? When I do the video, Mo, I will be of me putting your name on there. No E. Big Mo. Okay, got it. Thank you. Much appreciated. Hey, Rollo, I super chatted when you had F&F on AV in the end. I didn't know Myron was only reading 50 and up. Well, it was his show by that point. So you need to adjust the show time to start at 4 a.m. UK time. The Access Vegas period, or like Fresh and Fit, because Fresh and Fit does it differently than we do. 4 a.m. UK time. What would that be in Pacific Standard Time? I'll take it under consideration. The reason why we do Access Vegas on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Pacific is because we didn't want to step on the time slot of Fresh and Fit. We only do it, when we started, we were only doing it every other week. We're trying to get to an every week schedule right now. Problem is that requires me buying a property in Vegas, so I have a place to stay, so it's less expensive. I don't think people really understand that for me to do Access Vegas at Sticky Paws, every time I do it, and I'm 100% transparent about this shit. It cost me $1,000 to do one show every time I do it. So if I do 2 shows in a month, it's $2,000. That's just studio fees. So that I can pay my employees, I can pay for the studio place. They do everything. I mean, I still do the collateral. I still feel like I do a lot of shit, and I feel like that's a bargain comparatively. But it's money out right now. I'm not making money off of Access Vegas, and that's by design. Right now, my goal, at least for 2024, is to get Access Vegas to self-sufficiency, meaning that the show actually pays for the studio fees that I got to pay. I don't mind paying to fly down. I don't mind paying to stop. Thank you, Aaron Clary. By the way, big shout out to Aaron Clary. I've been staying at Aaron's house in Vegas pretty much all summer. Still am right now. Trying to take care of his place and do some nice things for him in appreciation. But that's where I stay, is at Aaron Clary's Vegas Command Center. I will not tell you where it is, but it is in Las Vegas. And which, by the way, I'm going to have to evacuate pretty soon because he's coming back because he's a snowbird and now the snow's about to fly. So, but I don't make money off of Access Vegas. I do it because it's a labor of love. It helps the book sales a little bit. But I do it because I want to see it grow and I want to see it prosper and I want to see it become more than it is. We now have Access Vegas merch on the site. So if you go to the Access Vegas main, you can go to the shop and you can pick up the Access Vegas merchandise there, which, by the way, I'll be offering on this site, as well as I'm working on Red One Studio merch on top of everything else. So as I said, I'm a one-man show. So it's get in line. Just came in, love dogs, and hope your doggo shows get better. For a quote, cheeky breaky. I hope this fits. Thank you for the work. I hope to interview you one day. Take care, mate. Thank you very much. I will put cheeky breaky on Ned's cast for you. Mark that also, Sammy. Thank you very much. And do you think Myron has entered a Zen-like state? Look how that foul-mouthed 49-year-old, Jen, look how that foul-mouthed 49-year-old spoke to Myron compared to Adam Sosnick. She was really disrespectful. She was pretty disrespectful to Adam as well. Look forward to the one-on-one daytime show on FNF. That's coming next week. Thank you for bringing that up. Speaking of which, and since we're almost up to the 2-hour mark, time for more announcements. I will be in Miami starting June 6th. That will be Monday, June 6th. Jim Sexton will be there and Mike Sartain will be there. I believe Kylie's coming with him as well. Mike is actually flying from Cancun, from the foam can, straight out of the foam can party, right on the plane. He's going to arrive and he's going to have foam on him when he gets into the Miami airport. But he is flying in. We are going to do a week in Miami. This will be our fall/winter meetup, I guess. We did one we did this the same time last year as well, but I think we're kind of, I don't know if this is going to be an annual thing, but I'm not getting to Miami as often as I used to. I used to go like damn near every month, but now I'm putting all my extra time and a lot of my money into Access Vegas. So I spend a lot more time in Vegas than I do in Miami, but I still go to Miami. So I'll be there from the 6th until the 11th, and that's Saturday. So I'll be flying out Saturday morning. What I will be doing is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I will be doing Fresh and Fit. Most likely I'll be doing some at least 1 or 2 after-hour shows. Monday, the 6th, I believe, hopefully this is all still scheduled, right? But Jim Sexton, my good friend Jim, he's going to be staying at the same hotel that I am in Miami. And we'll probably do some content together. I can't imagine we wouldn't, but he will be on Fresh and Fit on the 6th. That's the date that's set right now. So he's going solo with Myron and Fresh on the 6th. That's Monday. And then we'll probably do, like, he's a character, so he'll probably want to go on the after-hour show as well. Then Tuesday, I am going on, and hopefully Mike, if I can wrestle him up, I might get Jim on, but we're going to go on the Danza Project. That'll be Tuesday. That'll be 9 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday. That'll be the 7th. So mark your calendars. That is the Danza Project. I'm doing this because they have really wanted me to get on the show for a long time. So I'm going to go do their show. Then Wednesday, myself, Mike Sartain, and Jim Sexton will be doing a panel show, and then maybe after-hour show. And then I think at some point I'm probably going to do a solo interview with the boys. So that I would say that's probably going to be Wednesday as well. Thursday, that will be, let's see, the 9th. Yes, the 9th of November. Myself, Jim Sexton, and Mike will all be on a very big panel show with Adam Sosnick on Saucecast at Valuetainment in Fort Lauderdale. If you've ever seen any like the big ones between, like, what was the last one at the CME? I think it was Troy Francis and Kevin Savo and some of the other guys who were on there. There's like, it's like boys against girls, right? So it was big, gallery of girls on one side, and they got the guys who are there, and it's just sort of like, 10 on 1 or 12 on 1, 12 on 3. So we'll be doing that. I believe the time is 4 p.m. Eastern, and that will be 1 p.m. Pacific time. So I believe that's the time, but you just check your local listings. But that will be Thursday. And then Friday, we're going to do a big panel show once again with myself, Mike, Jim Sexton, and we'll probably have all the girls in. So that's Friday. So every day of that week is booked. I will be in your face on the YouTubes every day of the week. Also, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I know that Mike is staying with Justin Waller and Sterling Cooper. So odds are we will be doing an impromptu after hours interview or some kind of podcast with Justin Waller, myself, Sterling Cooper, Jim Sexton, and Mike Sartain, because Mike's staying at their apartment. So keep that in mind. We got lots of good content coming up for you next week, starting November 6th through November 11th. Then November 23rd, Thanksgiving Day, I get on a plane and I fly my happy ass to probably LaGuardia, and then I go to Dubai from there. I'm going to do a talk in Dubai. It'll be on the 25th, and you could see where that is right here. There we go. I will not be doing the 29th SAMHSA Awards, unfortunately, because I have other prior commitments, obviously, today. 25th, Dubai, I'll be doing that. And then the 3rd, I'll be doing the graduation day, I guess, speech in Nairobi, Kenya. That will be the 3rd of December. If they can make it worth my while, I might stick around the entire month, well, close to the entire month of December, so that I can do the Qatar tour as well. So there's a possibility I might go to Qatar, but that's still TBA right now. I don't know that I'm going to do that or not. It's just going to sort of depend on what the arrangement, the financial arrangements are, because that's a long time to be away. And like I said, I am trying to develop a show here, and I have other things to do, like finish up books and make money. So there you have it. That's what's coming up. And let's get back. Here we go. Do you think Myron has entered a Zen-like state? No, it's more like, I think you're mistaking Zen-like state for amused mastery. Don't confuse Zen with amused mastery, because at some point along the way, when you do enough of these shows that like Myron is doing right now, you kind of know and anticipate what the counterpoints are going to be, and he's already ready and prepared for them. So it's like, it might seem like Zen, but it's really kind of like, get to the other part. Yes, okay. Yeah, Zen-like mastery. That was pretty good. Let's see. A family friend of ours just lost his girlfriend who has been by his side for decades. He's really struggling right now. What's the path for men who lose their girlfriends or wives early? That's tough. How old? The first thing I would ask is, how old is the guy? Remember, like, lose girlfriends, like as in like she like died, lost his girlfriend, has been by his side for decades. Lost as it, did she die, or did she like lose him, like she got rid of him, or she like dumped him? Men who lose their girlfriends or wives early. You mean, like, I'm going to presume you meant like she passed away, like he's a widower. I would need a little bit more detail as to like what to give you any kind of like accurate assessment of it. However, I would look at it very similarly to being zeroed out. One of the reasons why, like, I have a post that actually, it's in the first book, The Rational Male, on Amazon. Go get it today. About the 5 stages of unplugging, which are basically parallels to the 5 stages of grief, because you're sort of letting go of this old person that you used to be. Well, again, it's sort of similar to that. I think that a lot of guys, when they break up with a woman and then they seek out the red pill, or they become more red pill, my best suggestion to you is, if he's not already sort of like red pill aware, don't try to make him red pill aware right now. It's one thing to wait for your moment, but if I hope I'm not misunderstanding you. I think that you meant that she passed away. Grieve with him, be with him, talk to him, but don't go too over the top with any of the red pill kind of stuff. Just away. Again, it's similar to being zeroed out, rebuilding. I think one of the reasons why, like, people have asked me about this. I've been through 2 suicides of people I know personally. And I have noticed a difference as a result of this and studying up on this. As a result, like when women say, well, women attempt suicide more than men, but men are 4 times more likely to actually do it and kill themselves. And then also after a divorce, men are 8 times more likely to off themselves. So if you want to talk about who does better after divorce, well, assuming you don't off yourself, then maybe maybe guys might do a little bit better. But I'd say that's a pretty big downside for the whole divorce thing. Who does better? So you can't do worse than. But I would suggest pretty much the same Iron Frame. I would pretty much suggest the same thing as I would for a guy getting zeroed out. Kyrith. Hi, Rollo. As an Indian, I would like to debate you. Okay. Not like I oppose you, but I want to, you just want to talk to me. To give an Indian view on the red pill, as I am following you from the past 4 years. I don't have a YouTube channel, but how can I approach it? You can email me. If you want to set something up, I could even do like I can do a live remote. I'm open to it. I could do a live remote with you from Vegas, from Red One Studios, if you'd like. But the best way to do it is just email me personally, because I don't have people. I answer all my emails, or don't. But just all my contact information is in the description, and I would be happy to set something up so you can have a discussion. I'm pretty well aware of what's going on in India from a red pill perspective. I'm still. Ever since I started working with Andrew Kibe on this whole Nairobi trip, I'm much more motivated, let's say, to go and do something with, say, Dr. O's, Dr. Red Pill from Turkey. Trying to sort of like he's in Turkey and I'm in Nevada, right? So the setting up or getting a time to actually sit down and talk to each other like over the phone is something that we have to schedule. But I would really like to talk to him. I would really like to get Andrew Kibe on, and I also want to get Deepika Bardashwan. She's this Indian film producer, and she's responsible for a documentary called India's Sons, as well as others. And I have been trying to get this thing off the ground. It's either my schedule or her schedule, but I think probably 2024. Sort of going on this international theme that I've been doing. It would be awesome to get all 3 of them together on a panel show of some sorts. But Chirith, just email me. I'll work it out. Let's see. Why that's coming up. Okay. Pi. What do you say, Pi? Pi. Hey, will there ever be a market for red pill aware media, books, movies? No. I know there are podcasts, but will creatives ever incorporate this praxeology? I mean, there seriously could be a market for this. Dude, you do know that I have like 5 books, right? You do know that I'm like the author of The Rational Male. Like, yeah, the market could be there. I shouldn't be flippant about that. Will there ever be a market for red pill aware media, books, and movies? Do you mean as in like works of fiction? Because I have talked about that before. I've encouraged guys to actually write, screenwrite, script write, whatever you want to call it, red pill fiction, because I think that pushback is something that is sorely lacking. And I think that if you were to write the next Han Solo or the next, Captain Kirk or characters like that, I think it would be very, very much embraced and just like unapologetically conventionally masculine. Write another Indiana Jones, right? Write another, I don't know, think of the male character that's Judge Dredd, right? Write an unapologetically masculine character, and you'll be a millionaire right now because it'll seem novel by today. I'm hoping you think this in terms of like fiction, because there's already a market for like nonfiction, obviously. But I'm glad you pointed that out, because I was just talking about this, and it's like I was saying before, I'm an ideas guy, and I don't see too many people who are quote unquote red pill. Like if I could go and do this right. Maybe I will. I can go do this right now and go off to YouTube here. Let's see. I type in just red pill. And the first thing I come up with is here. I'll just even show this to you. Hell, I'll even show you my my vid IQ data for this. Check this shit out. Where'd it go? Oops, not the file. Share screen. There you go. All I wrote is, and all lowercase, by the way, red pill. This is it. So let's have a look, shall we? Okay, that's just an ad, so we got to go past the ad. No, the red pill lie by Dark Matter 2525. Don't go the red pill route. This dude has 772,000 subscribers. This is from 4 months ago. Actually, let's actually clarify this a little bit. Let's hold on. Let's go and do some filters here. Let's do this from the last month, just from this month. Okay, here. This is from this month. That was 4 months ago. So this is this month. Why? And this is at the top of the list here. Why the red pill's losing its grip. Do you think this bitch has something to say about this girl is an authority. This girl is an authority on the red pill. The girl with all the stuffed animals in the background. She has 9.8 thousand. So she has 9,800 views on this video. This is this girl right here. Well, you know what? I had to see this. Now you do too. There you go. This girl. Oops, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, let's do this. Can we get it there? Now you have to see this too. This girl right here is the foremost leading expert on the red pill. Just saying. And then Justin Waller, who apparently now has a problem with the red pill community. We could go and dig into this too. Maybe I'll throw that one up on the screen here in a minute. That's actually pretty. But again, what's the problem? Even Jay doesn't want to talk. It doesn't want to be associated with the red pill. I know why. But, oh, look, there's me. Do not take this red pill. Oh, there's our good friend. There's our good friend. Theoretically speaking, red pill. Ben Shapiro. Okay. Even AMA, even alpha male strategies. BS red pill theories. Okay, I love this one. Let's see. Remember them all. Oh, this was the thing I watched half of part of this right here. But we can dig into this here in a minute. But like he's basically talking about how he thinks that the red pill notion of the hoe phase, right? 18 to 28 is bullshit. Like, oh no, they're looking for really great guys during that time. It's just men don't fucking measure up. No. Oh, and then there's our good friend Pearl. I need a nickname for this one. Red Pill's told her boyfriend, oh, Pearl is now the foremost leading expert on the red pill. Oh, but not to be outdone, another Daily Wire guy. Let's see. Here we go. Andrew Clavin talking about Justin Waller and, of course, Andrew Tate, who are, of course, the foremost leading experts on the red pill who have thoroughly disowned the red pill. Here's another Daily Wire guy responding to Pearl on the red pill. Oh, this is from last week. Oh, look, here's Steven Crowder. Although this is Pearl responding to Steven Crowder, who is now, as I said, I showed you last week, has decided that he's kind of dipping his toes in the red pill. Red pill, the business of exploiting lonely men. Okay. Looks pretty bad. 192,000 votes. It's all bullshit, but let's keep going. Woman has public meltdown after her boyfriend became red pill. There's Rollo again. Oh, Officer Tatum. I just showed you a clip of Officer Tatum. Let's see. Who else? Oh, there's Pearl again. Oh, there's Destiny. The red pill is ruining my life. Are you starting to see a pattern here? You starting to see a theme? Look. Oh, that's right. Destiny, the foremost. Oh, I thought, here's the thought. The funniest thing is, like, I was told that Destiny was sunsetting himself from the red pill story arc. Doesn't seem to be happening. Oh, look there. And here we go. Not to be, let's see, 3 weeks late to the party. You've got Ruslan finally decided that he's going to go in on what James Sexton, myself, and Mike went in on. Oh, I don't know, a month ago. Ruslan, try to keep up, man, please. Gavin Newsom's son. Okay, well, that's Gavin Newsom. How did that get in the red pill thing? My boyfriend went red pill, and ruined her relationship. This needs to stop. The truth about mental health. The red pill won't tell you that autism is 178% higher than it was, from 2000 to where we're at right now. We talk about, brother man, we talk about mental health all the time. Or those red pill guys. Just pearly things. Once again, Pearl, the poster child of the red pill to the alt-right pipeline. And look, here we have, there's 132,000 views. She is the banner waver of the red. She's speaking for all of us, guys. She's out there in the trenches, of course. Destiny's last stand against the red. I thought it was the last stand. It seems like it was like the last stand before the last, before the last, before the last. 80% of men are ugly. Well, there's another, hey, let's throw out another Molotov cocktail and see if anybody on Daily Wire will bite. You get the idea. Hang on. I won't belabor it any more than I have. That's the red pill. Right? Don't come to me. Don't talk to that guy. Don't talk to this dude over here.
Say my name.
Zeroed out is becoming a sad and common reality. Thank you. But it can also be an opportunity for something better. I'm so glad I was already somewhat familiar with Rollo and Rich when it happened to me. Thank you. You are welcome, sir. See, that's the red pill. Ruslan, that is the mental health that you think doesn't exist. No, here's the mental health issue that the red pill is not talking about. Wrong. There we go. Good country music describes female nature as Kenny Rogers sings about fighting in that crazy Asian war. She gets dressed up to find another man while he's a cripple. Which song is that? A lot of red pill in country love trucker's wife for obvious reasons. How about the coward of the county? Remember that? That was actually a pretty red pill song if you think about it. Should I hide from girls that my ex cheated on? Girls that my ex cheated on me. Isn't that a weakness? Yeah, yes. You're hiding from girls, period. Just the very first. Should I hide from girls? I stop reading right there. I'm done. How long have you been watching my show? Isn't that a weakness? Yes. Which could be perceived as a way that I should be treated by them? Yes. Because some women treated me that way? Yes. Yes, yes, and yes. You didn't need to super chat that. You could have answered that yourself. Can you explain from a deep psychological, because this is a show, deep psychological reason of why women secretly dislike or even hate each other? My thoughts would be due to insecurity and jealousy. I would say more about jealousy than insecurity. Let's see if I can put this in a $10 super chat format. Okay. When men fight, we fight out here. We fight in the physical. We beat the fuck out of each other. And if you're not dead afterwards, we dust each other off and we go drink a beer together. Like fighting, like getting it out and busting chops and stuff like that. Sometimes that can lead to like better friend, even becoming a better friend, right? Women fight back here. Women fight in the psychological. Women hold grudges longer. Women do what's called stamp collecting longer. They say, "Oh, I remember when that bitch did this," and like they got a stamp collection, or they got the book of grudges, right? Like the Dwarven Book of Grudges. That's women. Like, here, on this day, this bitch did this. Right? You want to talk about memory? Women very rarely forgive or forget a slight. Even if it's just like putting a woman in a bad light. Women, one of the reasons why women don't like to be lied to by men is not because of the lie itself. It's because of that woman's ego. Because she does not want to seem like she's the kind of person who would believe your bullshit. It's an attack on the ego. It's not the actual lie that matters. It's the fact that you thought she was too stupid for her not to figure out that you're lying to her. And so it's all, you're talking about when I talk about solipsism, like women have this innate organic, like hindbrain, lizard brain, a subroutine of solipsism, which is the world revolves around them. That's not narcissism. That's not egoism. It's solipsism. Sometimes solipsism, by the way, is a feature and not a bug of female nature. We needed solipsistic women because it ensured that the baby stayed safe, the woman stayed safe, because women are the fragile, vulnerable sex. So women who could develop a innate sense of solipsism tended to survive longer than those that didn't. You want to know why why women suffer? Women are more prone to Stockholm syndrome. Why we have the war bride dynamic, why women are more likely to fall in love with their captors, is because of that solipsism. Solipsism is self-preservation for women. That can lead to some bad, atrocious, horrible things, ethical, unethical, immoral things, for sure. Absolutely. But it's a feature, not a bug. Solipsistic women went on to reproduce and create more solipsistic women. And by solipsism, it's like what I mean by that, not in sort of like the philosophical sense, but more the sense that she is the star of her own movie and everyone else is an extra. Maybe that, and I'm using that loosely here. So when women hate or dislike each other, usually it's because of intrasexual combat. And that sort of feeds into the jealousy notion right there. I won't even say jealousy. I would say it's more like envy. There's a difference between jealousy and envy, by the way. Jealousy is for you're jealous over something you had and somebody got. Envy is over something that somebody else has and you don't have. So I think it sort of depends, but I think women are far more ruthless and you want to talk about like long-term like psychological violence. Women got that in spades. They will remember everything. So when men, like I said, men fight in the physical, women fight in the psychological. So it's not so much, jealousy might certainly play a part in it. I don't necessarily think it's insecurity, although that could be part of it. But I think it's more the reason why women like hate one another is like they don't do well under like women would rather work for male bosses than female bosses. Statistically speaking, I mean, they by their own admission, because they're looking for somebody to sort of command them. The problem with women is that they tend to organize society in a communitarian way, in an egalitarian way. You want to know where the trophy or the participation trophy ideal generation came from? It comes from egalitarian, socialistic, communitarian, female way of thinking. Everybody gets a prize. Everybody should feel special. And if everybody is super, then no one is super. And women don't get that. That's from the Incredibles, right? Remember when Syndrome was like, then everybody will be super. Of course, he saves the best for himself, right? And then when everyone's super, no one will be. That no one will be part of that. And it sounds like menacing, right? But that no one will be, that's the part that women don't get. Everyone deserves to feel special. Everyone deserves respect. If everyone deserves respect, then its respect is worthless. Because it has to have some sort of meaning. It has to have some sort of value. When men talk about respect, and again, these are gendered concepts, but when men view respect hierarchically, what have you done that makes you worthy of my respect? What have you achieved? How have you performed? Men's hierarchies are based on performance, the burden of performance. But if everybody deserves if everybody deserves respect, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you're the CEO. It shouldn't matter that you make, millions of dollars a year or drive this expensive car or whatever, which is bullshit, of course. But women they'll fall in line with hierarchies very quickly. They understand hierarchies. They just think that the best way to organize society is in a much more like communitarian way. Well, wouldn't it be great if we all could just get along? Yeah, it'd be great, but that's not how fucking the world works. So when you're talking about why women hate each other, it's usually from within that communitarianism. Well, we're all supposed to get equal, except for that bitch over there, because that bitch is clearly going to outperform you. I brought this up on Access Vegas. What was it? When women see a woman who's in the red dress and the hoop earrings. It was when I was trying to explain hoop earrings to Jen, right? It's not a racist, sexist joke. It's actually science. It's Marty Hazelton, sexual ornamentation. Take it as you want, but maybe you should go talk to Pearl, Jen. She clearly has a better take on it than Rollo. when I was talking about that, I said, when women see a clearly superior competitor, their first impulse is to disqualify that woman. So if they're women who are in a sort of a social, peer group, right, and they see another woman walk in and she's in high heels, she's got tits out to here, and she's got blonde hair, she's got hoop earrings and everything. What it's first thing women do is go, oh, only sluts wear that. Well, that only sluts, that's intrasexual competition. It's trying to disqualify her from the sexual marketplace. So that hate or that dislike is really born from wanting to disqualify a woman who outclasses them in the sexual marketplace. So what looks like hate might they might become best friends later on once they realize that this superior competitor is not maybe she's married, so she's already out of the sexual marketplace. She just looks fucking good. Because attention is the coin of the realm in girl world. So who's getting the most attention is the one who draws the most fire. And that's why, that's my lame way of saying this is why women hate each other. And that's more or less how it comes. It's intrasexual competition. For our hero, Ned, and Wife's Medical Foundation, don't put my name on the cast. Okay. Well, thank you, Wet Beaver looking for wood. I should put that on anyways, but I won't. Thank you. What do we got for Ned's fight and for our fight? Andrew Bellew, mark that, Sammy. Thank you. Thank you for that. Leo Messi. Holy mother of God. Much appreciated, my friend. I'm sure I don't want to marry my girlfriend because she is slightly disagreeable. Slightly. She is really faithful and sees me as a high value man, but for marriage, I prefer agreeable women. Okay. I'm comfortable, but not totally enamored. Should I end the almost 2 years relationship? I'm 22. Yes. You know why? Because you shouldn't have a girlfriend at 22. Why do you have a girlfriend at 22? That's the problem. The problem isn't that your problem in your thinking is not about agreeable or disagreeable or whatever else. No, you're 22. Don't even consider monogamy until you get to 32. 10 years. Take 10 years off. That doesn't mean you don't date girls. That doesn't mean you don't go bang other girls. That doesn't mean you don't have a occasional, you're spinning plate. Spin more plates, my friend. Date non-exclusively. If you're making these kind of contributions, it's not about agreeable or disagreeable. It's the fact that if you're 22 years old, this discussion we're having right now should never take place in the first place. Don't even consider monogamy until you're at least 30 years old. Simple as that, because you're not going to come into your own until that happens. All right, Rational Agent, thank you very much. All right, so what do you think about all those AI women? Is there a chance that it creates a difference with OnlyFans and so on? I think that's getting a little overblown. Until we pass the Turing test, right? Until you have what was it, Westworld? If you can't tell the difference, does it really matter? Until you can ask that question of somewhat a simulacrum. What is it? What do they call them? I forget what's the one from Blade Runner? the replicants. Until you have a replicant. Is that what it is? I'm probably wrong. Until it can pass a Turing test and trick guys into thinking. But here's the thing: guys want to be fooled. Guys want to be seduced by that. Even I think what's the crazier thing about AI sort of replacing I think guys are too happy about the idea of AI like replacing OnlyFans girls. I don't think it's ever going to replace OnlyFans. OnlyFans will morph into something different. I would say probably within the next couple of years. You think OnlyFans is the last word in this kind of like exploitation or this kind of like manipulation of men? Trust me, we will find some way to industrialize OnlyFans. Mike was saying that they're probably going to take OnlyFans and then hive it off into something else so that like the top earners are on like another app or they're on like some sort of grouping, and they'll find some way to market that and to turn it into some sort of exclusive like club. There will be something that comes along that revolutionizes OnlyFans, and it ain't gonna be AI. It will be the human element. The best OnlyFans girls are the girls who are accessible. They're the girls who seem like they could be someone you could meet next door, right? They're still sexual, that you could still tell them what to do. But the problem is this, is that OnlyFans, and I'm glad you asked this question. Let me put this up because it's too good not to. Thank you, Marty. I think that OnlyFans and AI, I don't think that that's a good pairing. I don't think it's a good match. I think guys are excited about it because, oh, finally AI. Wow, now we can just jerk off and not have to worry about paying these dumb bitches, right? Like, oh, you're still paying them. You'll still find some way. It'll be tricking you in some other way. So don't get too crazy and happy and, oh, it's pro revenge, right? Don't think of it in those terms. But I think the reason OnlyFans is popular, the reason this show is popular, the reason Fresh and Fit is popular, the reason Tim Pool is popular is because it is what I call engagement media. Registered trademark, copyrighted 2023 Rollo Tomassi. It is engagement media. What that means is it breaks down the third wall. Right now, I'm just going to do this here really quickly. This, by me putting this super chat up here and reading this, you've just changed the course of the show, Rational Agent. That's the advantage that OnlyFans has. OnlyFans is engagement media. So you feel like you can play a part. You can in some way direct the course of the show by giving me a 100 euro super chat, and you can. In fact, I encourage it. But the reason why this show is popular, the reason why any live stream is popular, is because people feel like they're part of the show. They feel like they're part of the narrative. They feel like they are. You guys, everyone in the chat right now, how many people got? 860 people, which ain't even that much. That's low for me. But everybody, there's 806, at least 860 people who in some way, if you wanted to, you could put something in the chat right now. And if I saw it and I thought it was clever, I'd probably talk about it. And now you've changed the course of the show. The same thing applies to OnlyFans. So if you have some favorite OnlyFans girl and you're tipping her, you're a pay pig or whatever, I don't know what the fuck they're calling them now, but you're paying the subscriptions and you say, hey, I want you to do this, or hey, I'm going to send you this lingerie because it's on your wish list, or however you guys simp, right? You do that, and in some way you are now changing the reality TV show that is that girl's life. Hey, I'm going to give you $20,000, girl. Go to Aruba and fuck your boyfriend there. And she'll do it, right? Because now you've changed the narrative. It is engagement media. It breaks down, I guess it's the fourth wall, breaks down the fourth wall between the actors and the audience. So you get to decide. Right now, me just doing a Q&A or an AMA, I'm encouraging you to direct the course of the show. But you can't do that with commercial television. You don't get to do that with The Bachelor and The Bachelorette. He did, so sure. So you know what taught me this was going on Dr. Phil. Everything on Dr. Phil is scripted, down to the questions on the 3.5, 3x5 index cards that the people in the audience are sitting on top of so that they can read those. Those were already prepped. And you know what? They ask those at precisely the right time. They're supposed to, and they'll say that in the time code in the show, now you ask it. Now we go to this. Now we put this guest on. Now he gets 5 minutes to say something. Now he gets 2 minutes to say something. Now everything is down to the minute, down to the second, really. That's not engagement media. That is performance art is what that is. All that is like watching a movie that's already, you think it's live. That's the appeal, but it's not really live. It's shot live, but it's so scripted and so outlined that it's never spontaneous, and no one can direct the course of the show. Even the people who are, well, at least in the audience of they can't direct that because everything is pre-planned. It would be like me giving you your super chat so that I could read it to you, right? But OnlyFans is like that. I made the case that if you look at Adam 22 and Lena the Plug, that is a huge, like a large scale version of engagement media. Logan Paul going up against Dennis or whatever, that guy, though, that fight, that event, that is, say it's kayfabe. Yeah, it definitely is, but it's also engagement media because everybody talks about it. And by talking about it and doing shows and writing articles and everything else, they think that they're influencing the course of what's going to happen prior to getting to the event, which is the fight in this case, or the porn movie that Lena the Plug ends up doing when she's, I don't know, now she's banging 6 black guys. So, yeah. So and who makes the money off it? Well, I mean, technically the affiliates who keep, like I could do a show right now on Lena the Plug and those 6 guys are sitting behind the couch and looking like it's Brazzers or some shit like that. I could fully do a show on that. but I'm not going to, because all I'd be doing is feeding into that kayfabe and that engagement media. That is, by the way, Adam 22, bravo, master of it right now. Logan Paul, master. There's other people that will probably do the same thing. Andrew Tate, bravo, wrote the book on it. So it's everybody getting involved in the narrative, but they think that they are. So engagement media will always crush anything that AI could come up with, because it's not spontaneous enough to do something like, say, like Adam 22 or the top earners on AI is not going to say, I'm going to sell bath water for $30 a jar. AI is not going to be able to, what was the one I just saw? There's this chick that I think it's 2 naked chicks or something like that. They're in a bathtub that's full of milk, and it's like Fruit Loops or Fruity Pebbles or some shit like that. And they're like wallowing around in it all buck naked and everything. And then they're scooping the stuff out, putting it in jars. And by the way, the entire bathtub sold out within the first like 3 or 4 hours, I think is what it was. But all gone, making money hand over fist. AI is not going to do that. Sorry. AI is not going to get in a bathtub and say, it could probably make you think you are, maybe, but would it occur? I don't know. But so I would be cautious to think that AI is going to be what crushes and ends OnlyFans. What do we got here? Does status trump looks, money, and game? No, because status is looks, money, and game. Status is technically your frame, by the way. What you say, what's status? Affluence, status. Can you have status without looks, money, and game? It was evident in Neon's Halloween party. Got laid with nothing but status. I think you probably got laid because of the combination of looks, money, and game that created your status. So it's not just because if that were the case, it would be just as easy for a hugely overweight guy who has no game and is like, a functionally autistic guy who's broke, works at Taco Bell, is morbidly obese. He should be able to, if women think that he has status, it should be just as easy for that guy to get laid as it was for you. I would argue that your looks, money, and game are your status. So yeah, would you like me to give you an example of this? I'm not saying status isn't a thing. It definitely is, but you also have to have something to back it up. So for example, when I go to Babes in Toyland with Mike, I'm there because I enjoy being there. It's fun, right? I'm not gonna lie. I do like going, and it's for charity, right? It's for like animal rescue. Well, most of them are for animal rescue. And it's nice to see the girls that I know and I've worked with. And over the year that I've been doing Access Vegas, I'd say 90% of them have been on the show or want to be on the show. And I'm there and I'm with like Maya and I'm with Kaylin, Franca. I'm there with, you guys don't even know who I'm talking about, but like girls that I know, right? And I can't go from one end of the club to the back of the club without having 10 guys want to shake my hand, want me to give them an autograph, want to like ask me a question. Hey, Rollo, I got this burning question I have to ask you. My girlfriend, they want to ask me something, or hey, I love your work. I love your book, blah, blah, blah. They want to they want to take selfies with me. That, just doing that the perception of status is definitely something that is definitely marketable, right? It's definitely something that women see and they make a mental note of. But that status also comes from your looks, your money, and your game. What have you done? What makes you like, people look at me if I'm in the club and they think I'm a rock star. They think, oh, what band does this guy play for? No, I'm an author. And I'm the co-host. I'm one of the hosts of Access Vegas. That's pretty much where it's at. Or for instance, like I can't walk from the parking lot of the MGM to the club without dragging an entourage of 4 or 5 guys who see me and want to talk to me as I'm walking into the club. This is not a humble brag. This is just a simple statement of fact. In fact, I wish it wasn't a humble brag because sometimes it scares me. I'm walking out of a club at like 1 a.m. or 1:30 and somebody just like pulls me by the shoulder and says, hey, Rollo, are you here to kill me? I'm still not used to that. But I will say this is that status and pre-selection and social proof are very, very powerful. In fact, I would say those are the linchpins of all forms of game. That was the speech or the talk I was gonna give at the MOA summit on Thursday. It was going to be about social proof and pre-selection. And I was going to try to carry it to the next level beyond what Mike talks about, because it was during that time when I was at Babes in Toyland where like I said, I can't, it should take me like 1 minute to walk from one end of the club to the other side of the club, even as crowded as it was. It literally would take me 20, 25 minutes to do that because I would be stopped by guys and girls, by the way, who, oh, let me take a picture with you. Let me hug you, blah, blah, blah. That right there is power. Like, you have to be careful of that shit because I'm married, right? So I'm like, it's nice. Don't get me wrong. It's certainly an ego boost, but I have to sort of take that in measured doses. So I know how powerful social proof is. I know how powerful pre-selection is. But I would argue that your status is actually the sum total of money, muscles, and game. It's suicide culture. Thank you, JPB. I don't know what that was for. Swallow, yes. Anytime I've developed a relationship with a thin, nice girl, my feminist mother tells them how the relationship should be. And the thin, nice girl becomes less nice. When I split, I never take them home to mom. Then I split. Never take them home to mom? Yes. Don't take them home to mom. Why are you doing that in the first place? Thank you for your super chat, my friend. However, a lot of times when like, for instance, the guy who was just saying, hey, I'm 22. I want an agreeable girl instead of a disagreeable girl. You're 22. What the fuck are you even having this conversation for? Especially if you have that kind of sexual selectivity at 22. That should not even be an afterthought for you. So when I hear stuff like this, like, should I take mom home or should I take this girl home to my feminist mother? Why are you taking her home in the first place? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't take her home. Do you live at home? If that's the case, then maybe it's time to move out. Don't bring them home. Of course. Like, how old are you? Like, I'm going to bring her home to mom. For what? Because you're thinking about getting married? Because you are thinking of the long term? My thin, beautiful, girlfriend, now she's suddenly is a raging feminist bitch because my feminist mom told him how it should be. Well, I could tell you this. Tell your raging feminist bitch mom to go to hell. I could do that, but I'm not going to do that.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Because the simpler solution is, why are you taking her home? Like, what's the point? That's a bigger problem. Ned. Oh, hey, Elena Barry. Okay, you're going on the cast. Hey, Rollo, hope Ned and Mrs. Tomassi recover soon. Okay, Elena Barre Fitness. Mark that one down too, Sammy. I got her ready to rock. Oh, there's Sam. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is this? Oh, Sammy just quoted me a bunch of like country songs. Oh, thank you. 1,000 ARS is $2.86. Well, you got a lot of bang for your buck, my friend. If I see it coming in red, I think it's like something huge. The governor, a little help for Ned from a fellow T-Rexer, Rex Army. Was it a RAR squad? If you know, you know. Thank you, governor. You're going on Ned's cast. Much appreciated. Hi, Rollo. I'm wrong, but economic viability does not equal reproductive viability. No. Could be the poorest, brokest ass guy in the world, and women will still want to breed with you. Hey, Rollo, I saw my 14-year-old nephew watching Van Halen, Hopper Teacher, and I am so proud. You know what? I salute you, my friend. Wait, here.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Well done. Teach him early, man. Teach him early. Teach him what good music is. A girl told me she got scared of how much she desired me and how I consumed her mind. So we broke up. Spin plates with her or iron rule number 7. That's a good question, actually. People have asked me that before. Should you make an old ex-girlfriend into a plate? As a rule, as a policy, I would say no. Only because the only reason that woman is getting back with you is not to become a plate with you. She wants to rekindle something. She wants to be exclusive with you. And iron rule number 7 is never go root through garbage once you've taken it to the curb. Okay. Because it's never really what you thought it was in the first place. So, make a clean break. And the other thing is the other part of our rule number 7 is that it is always time better spent developing new prospective women than it is trying to figure out and untangle why things didn't work and trying to reconcile and rebuild a relationship that, even if you could rebuild it, is never going to be the same. That's a problem. Like, the number one reason why guys contact me is, how do I get my girlfriend back? And the answer is, you don't. If you split up, if she split up, usually it's the girl that breaks up with him. If you split up with that guy, with that girl, there's a reason for that. And my first question is this, is if you did, let's just say for sake of argument, I asked them this, said, what does that look like to you? Let's just say everything goes your way. You could say everything the right way, and she agrees 100% to come back and be with you. What does that look like? Ideal situation. And they'll go into this fantasy about, oh, I talked to her, and maybe even role play a little bit, right? I talked to her and she says this and that, and she comes back and we have it all back again. We start having sex like we did when we first met. And, and then I don't say the wrong things and blah, 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 blah. And they'll like run down. Most of the time, they'll be very elaborate, right? And I'll go, okay, now that you know all this stuff and now that all this stuff has happened, do you think that's ever going to be possible with her? And they're like, no, like, exactly. So instead of wasting your time and money talking to me, it will be better spent developing new prospective women. Get out and do. What did I say? Like, well, Rollo, how did you snap back from being zeroed out? The same advice. Go do. Go out and do something. Get out and do something. The reason why you're all vacillating and I don't know what to do about that whole, I don't know what to do, that worry, that's the emotion that's telling you, get off your fucking ass. Get out there and develop. You become better. Do better. Thomas V, you've shown the data that says 5'9" man needs to make $100,000 more to be as attractive as 6 foot tall. Actually, it's not me. It's actually Rob Henderson who did that. Is there a chart that shows how much more muscular a 5'9" man needs to be to compete with 6? No, there's nothing like that. Not that I know of. I'm not aware of anything. Height is easier to measure, I think, than like muscularity. And the other thing is muscularity is also kind of like, some women will say, I don't want a guy who looks, like Andreas Munzer. I don't want a guy who looks like Arnold. We would never want to look like you. Don't worry. You never will. The women will say that they don't want the bodybuilder type. And for the most part, that's probably true. Although off season, when that bodybuilder is not quite as like, swole up and yoked out and everything like that, that guy ends up being the ideal body type for that woman. When that guy's pre-show, maybe it's a little over the top, right? But women want that swimmer's body, right? I mean, they want Greco-Roman athleticism. It's not necessarily Mr. O, but it's well-defined muscularity. Women's beauty standards have not changed. They never fucking change. So whenever a woman says like, oh, I can't live up to this unrealistic, airbrushed, glamour shot, magazine cover look, it's impossible, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not. It's women who have a higher standard for male beauty than women have for men. Than men have for women, I should say. Men, go look at all of the different niches of porn there is for men. You got skinny girls, fat girls, black girls, white girls, Asian girls, tan girls, pale girls, spinners, midgets, you name it. Name the fetish, name the niche, and there's a guy who wants to fuck that. Women don't want that. Women, there are plenty of sites for guys looking for big, beautiful women. The fat girls, was it chubby chasers, right? There's plenty of those whale watchers. The whale hunting, man the harpoons. Right? There's plenty of BBWs, right? How many BBMs are there? Big, beautiful men. How many fit, awesome, like girls who are just like at the peak of their physical condition? How many of those women are looking for a big fat dude? How many women have a fetish for that guy? 0%. 0%. There are no dating sites for women looking for big, beautiful men. If there are, I want to know. There are plenty of them for women who are looking for guys who are millionaires, executive introductions. There are plenty of them who are looking for Chippendales dancers or bouncers or guys who are like, Brock the bartenders. Plenty of those. That's there. Women have a very specific, very static condition for physical male beauty. And that's the Greco-Roman V taper, six-pack abs, looks good. I hate it when guys will say, oh, women are much more forgiving when it comes to looks. Yeah, because they have to be. Because their looks aren't like 75% of the U.S. population is overweight. Oh, they're much more forgiving. Yeah, and guys are much more forgiving too, because if fat people are going to get with fat people, that's how it's going to work. It's not that. Let me one more last word on this. Which calendar sells more? The Chippendales calendar, the Thunder from Down Under calendar, or the Dad Bods calendar, if there even is one? Which one sells more calendars at the end of this year in December? I'll wait. Which one does the women want to put up in their cubicle at work? The Chippendales, the Thunder from Down Under, the Hot Fireman calendar, which are, of course, there are plenty of, or do they want to have the Dad Bod calendar? I'm not saying that maybe there aren't some that would want that, but they're not fantasizing about the dad bods. And why? Because women have a much more static condition or static standards for male beauty. Fight me. Come on, fight me, ladies. Even the chicks, like the very hot chicks that are on Access Vegas, oh, it's okay. I don't care if he has a little extra pound. I look. And they're all like dating like, Chippendales or muscular guys. I don't know that there's a necessarily stats on that though. Rollo, curious, how did you and Chrissie Mayher meet up, and will she ever do an interview with you anytime soon? I don't know. I'm open to it. I like Chrissie quite a bit. I know that Ryan Stone did an interview with her. I'll tell you the story if you'd like. I went down to Sticky Paws. When was it? Was it May? I think when I went down there. I think it was May. I know X-Ray Girl. I know I forget her good friend. She lives in Vegas too. I forget. I like X-Ray Girl quite a bit. We both share a common love for our nerd is Warhammer 40,000. In fact, I gave her a very nice collectible model that I wasn't using for Space Marines. She plays Ultramarines. I won't hold that against her. And Chrissie Mayher was there. I know that they're all part of Nerdrotic's crew, and I actually quite enjoy. I would love to go on with X-Ray Girl. I think she's fun. I would just go on a game stream with her and fuck around. I wouldn't even do Red Pill with her. I thought she was great, and Chrissie as well. Chrissie and I, we throw jokes at each other because she's a comedian. I was hoping to have her on Access Vegas. Tugs, that's who it was. Tugs was X-Ray Girl's friend. So it's Tugs, X-Ray Girl, and Chrissie Mayher. So I was talking with them. I like to think I was good friends with them. And I wanted, because I couldn't see Chrissie Mayher when I was there, when she was there, because she was doing a stand-up comedy gig in Vegas. And it didn't work out because it was on the same hour and the same day that we were doing Access Vegas. So I went down the next day because they were doing, was it Friday Night Tights or something like that? Or Lights, whatever. And they were having, I think it was like because of some nerd cut, they were all together. And I just went down. I was just wanted to sort of wave in and say hi or whatever. And they kind of kicked me out of the studio that I'm in all the time. Right. Okay, fine. I don't care. I'll respect that. It's fine. You guys want to, because I would do the same thing, But and then she came out. I talked to her. We took pictures. She's got the pictures. She took pictures. We just we chatted for a little bit, and then she had to go back because it was like a very long stream. I think it was like a marathon stream for them. And now I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know who the guy is from Nerdrotic. But apparently he's got a problem with me because of all the bullshit with Brittany Venti. And I will tell you right now, bro, go look up watch her back with Brittany Venti. She's definitely functionally autistic. I'm just going to leave it at that. But Chrissie, I'd love to go on and do a show with her again if she's down with it anytime. Sancho Bohemian, you should tell men that they ain't going to bump into those women, unless they are in the industry. And even then, it's hard to pull them. I mean, what, porn stars? One thing I like about porn stars, and I know that I've got one in my damn texts right now, Tiffany. I love porn stars. Every single porn star, including I love, by the way, Sterling Cooper, male, well, I guess he's retired now, male porn star, is the only guy who is actually, well, the only porn star who's actually pet Ned. Ned really took a liking to Sterling when he came up, and we spent about a week in Lake Tahoe, me and Justin and Tom and everybody. We had a really good time. I have every single porn star I have met has been really down to earth and really based and really, understanding. Tiffany, I think, is great. Tiffany Fox, I really like her quite a bit. I like Sarah Jesse. She's wonderful, single mother. My very favorite of all, though, number one, Team Domo. Domo is, even my wife likes Domo. She calls her evil sweet. And she is very down to earth. She's funny. She's intelligent. And she knows her condition. She doesn't have any delusions about what her situation is. And so I know, let's see, I'm trying to, off the top of my head, I know Tiffany, I know Sarah Jesse, I know Domo. Trying to think who else I know in the industry. I forget what Sarah Jesse's, Alexis something or other. I know her. I know Kiki Clout. Well, Sterling Cooper, of course. And I know several people who are in the industry. And I will tell you this is when you are in that industry, what are you going to do? Lie about it? It's like the honesty of whores, right? You're a whore. What are you going to say? Of course you're going to be honest, right? Well, I know that Tiffany wants to get out of the business, and I'm proud of her for that. I'm happy to say I hope I'm influential in helping her sort of exit. Domo is never going to exit. That's her bread and butter. Fine. I'm good with that. But she's actually a very take her out of the realm of porn. She's a very interesting person. And I would love to do a one-on-one interview with her. In fact, I have done. Did it at Red One. I did it with Tiffany. I did it with Lana, and I did it with Domo. We had a foursome interview on Red One. And it was good. We talked some good shit. They'll ask questions that I don't get from anybody else. So. Let's see. Eric Smith. Thank you, sir. Hi. Wow, $28 Canadian. Hi, Rollo. I am a working artist. The art world today is extremely woke. When has it not been? I'm constantly biting my tongue and feel I'm wearing a mask around my peers. How can I advance my career in an industry like this? Well, good question. Since people don't know, since this is a Q&A and an AMA, little known fact, Rollo Tomassi has 2 degrees. I have a bachelor's of fine arts as well. I have a BFA. Well, Rollo, who does your thumbnails? Me, this guy. Wow, that guy who does your thumbnails and your collateral and your reels is really talented. Who is that guy? What program does he use? Me, Photoshop. I do all that. If you've ever seen, and by the way, you're absolutely 100% correct that the art world, and it will always be woke. Always has been woke, really. When has it not been woke? When has it not been when has the art world not been really super lefty, progressivist, leftist? The thing I have a problem with, I have a BFA. I have art history as a background. I have done studio art. I paint, I draw paintings up in this house that are mine. Okay. I don't use those as sort of flat. I could. You want me to? I could go take pictures of the shit that I've done, but I've always kind of separated that from what I do as Rollo Tomassi. Right. I play music. I write, both analytically and creatively. I've always been a very artsy, fartsy kind of guy. People think I'm some super big, extroverted guy. I'm really not. I'm more of I'm an extrovert by necessity. I do like to show off. I do like to do my stuff. But when I'm here, I've got my drafting table right over there full of paints and my miniatures that I paint. I play D&D with the Masculine Geek guys at least once a month, sometimes twice a month on Wednesday. So if you want to see me as a dungeon master, I'll plunder your dungeon. I do that at least once a month. We have 2 campaigns going. I'm in control of one of them. So go check that out. It's Masculine Geek. It's on YouTube. Go look it up. It's fun. You'll like it. You'll enjoy it. You don't get to ask any red pill questions, although you will get a lot of laugh. It is comedy. pure comedy. Art will always be woke. And you know why? I'll tell you why. Because postmodernism ruined art. And the reason why it has ruined, there's a really great it's a chapter in The Blank Slate by Steven Pinker. And it's about art in there. Now I have my, maybe I should explain this right now, because I'm going to say, like, I have a BFA. I was the graphic designer and art director and artist for all of the bottles for Van Gogh vodkas. I can say that now because they have divested that company. But if you look at the artsy bottles on Van Gogh, not the newer ones, the ones that actually look like a Van Gogh painting, me. Especially the double espresso and the espresso bottles, those are mine. I did all of those. Let's see. Cool Peach did that one. Banana did that one. Peanut butter and jelly. We had a peanut butter. This was in the early 2000s when Sex in the City was a big deal, and flavored vodka, Appletinis, that was all the rage. But the owner of Van Gogh Vodkas was one of the principal owners of Kettle One, and then he left Kettle One and he started Van Gogh. And so he's got to be pushing 90 right now if he's still alive. His name is Dave Vandeveld. Is actually, I hate to admit it now. I would never have admitted this back in the day, but he was a mentor of mine, especially when it comes to business and entrepreneurship. I learned more about entrepreneurship and business than from anyone else than Dave. Dave taught me a lot how to deal with people and what people were really after, and what they would do. And he, God damn it, I hated that. Like, even like in hindsight, I think now and I go, God, fuck, I hate that he was right. He was right. That's why I don't take entrepreneurs seriously these days. I'm an entrepreneur. No, you have no idea how to manage people. You have no idea how to do a payroll. You have no idea about like workers' comp or insurance or OSHA or any of that shit. Unless you're dealing with that as a real company and not buying up fucking companies, you're not an entrepreneur, because you didn't build that business from the ground up. Dave Vandeveld built several from the ground up, and I know how he did it. And I know also, by the way, there are two alcohol distributors in the world. There is Diageo, and there's our Republic National Distributing Company. RNDC was our distributor. So you work for the mob or you work for the Jews. We happen to work for the Jews. But I know guys with real wealth. I did back then anyways. I'm still pretty friends with a lot of those guys. But I learned quite a bit from that. And I also understood how to, I was saying how to build a business, like ideas guys, there's sales guys, and then there's the guys with the money who bankroll it, who are the investors. I was the ideas guy because I was the artist. But you're correct when it comes to the art world, and it will always be. And I'll tell you, the number one reason for that is because postmodernism is founded on the blank slate. That's why postmodernism hates evolutionary psychology. It hates evolutionary biology. Postmodernism depends on social constructionism. It depends on convincing everyone that everyone's equal and it doesn't matter. Everything's subjective. Everything's relative. Whereas I am much more empirical. As you know, I have a obligation to objective truth. You can convey that in art. I've had this discussion kind of humorously with Aaron Clarey, because Aaron Clarey is the author. One of his best books, I think, is Worthless, which is covers the majors and the diplomas and the degrees that, women and leftists and, humanists and was a liberal arts degrees, like how useless and worthless those degrees actually are. Well, technically I have a worthless degree to one of them anyway, to Aaron Clarey. So my worthless degree is a Bachelor's of Fine Art. However, I have used that in pretty much everything I've ever done, even to this day, even to the thumbnail I just did right now. You want me to tell you all these wonderful trivial pursuit questions about Vincent van Gogh? Let's go. Or Paul Gauguin? No problem. I wrote my senior thesis on Paul Gauguin. Yeah, I can talk your ear off. But I think that really the utility of a art degree or a liberal arts degree or whatever is really in how you purpose it. The reason why people don't use their degrees and they have worthless degrees is because once they get them, they go, I can make more money being a barista than I can being in, a journalism or whatever the fuck. Right. Well, of course, Aaron's going to say, well, you should have thought about that before you majored, right? And spent all this money. And now you got, was it student loans and all this other shit? Yeah. But if you're going to do so, if you have a natural talent for art, such as myself, yeah, then BFA is a fucking good investment. And I have made it a good investment. Still use it to this day. Learning stuff, psychology as well. But yeah. So it just kind of depends on what you're going to do with it. Like there are people who would definitely benefit from an art degree because they're fantastic artists and it just broadens the scope of their art. The problem is that the people who get into the art world think that it should be your talents and your skill set should be used to further their ideology. I hate that. That's the one thing I always hated about the art world when I was in college anyways, is there always had to be some psychological meaning for why you did what you did. You know why the art world hates Norman Rockwell? They call it illustrations. He's like one of the most amazing artists to have ever lived. I think because the realism and the storytelling that goes into it was almost like a graphic novel, right? But in one picture. And you see all these details and all the shit that's going on in there. If you look at Bouguereau, who, by the way, I wrote another essay about as well. Waterhouse. I loved Waterhouse. I love Bouguereau. I love all they're realists from the same time, by the way, that Picasso was working. That Van Gogh, but not Van Gogh. The Impressionists and all the modern artists were going on. There was another movement of like almost photorealism. It was amazing, and nobody gave it the time of day because it didn't fall in line with using your art as some sort of catharsis or some way of like getting out your inner demons. The best illustration of this is if you look at the early works of Pablo Picasso, they're very realistic. And then he switches off to Cubism because that's what wokesy, what pass it for wokesy ideology will do. It's much easier to paint it's easier to paint like 6 to 8 cubist pictures. It takes less time to do that than it does to do one more realistic one that shows a lot of skill. I'm not saying Cubism, and I'm not trying to devalue that art. I think it's actually pretty good, but let's just be honest. The practicality of it is to do what Jackson Pollock did, or to do like sort of this abstract stuff. You can rip through bunches of you can rip through more pieces doing that style of art than you could doing what Waterhouse or Bouguereau was doing. Now I know there are different times, but still, I mean, I'm just talking about like the amount of time and investment to do that actual piece. So what sells more is the trends of art rather than the actual art itself. And that will always be the way it is. And then you get rich people involved and they use that art as investments and tax shelters. So that's what's ruined art for me and probably everybody else. Oh, good question though. Do you have direct studies I can link for body count and infidelity? Also rock on Ned. Okay. Ben Tomlinson, put that on there. I do. Do I have it loaded here is the question. I do. I have a brand new one, as a matter of fact. It's in my Twitter feed. Let me see if I can dig it out for you. Since you gave me $20, I feel like I owe it to you. Okay. It was brand new. Oh, I love this one. 55% of women see it as a red flag if you listen to Joe Rogan. No, they don't. That's bad data. Let's see. Body count. I have a bunch of bookmarks, Twitter clicks here. Let's see. Got that. Oh, was this it? This might be it. Hold on. Oh, with StatCloud. I showed this last week, as a matter of fact. Those marriage rates, body count. Here it is. Here, I'll just show it to you. It's easier just to put it up on screen. Hold on. Hang on a second. I'm going to take you down for a moment. Oops, where is it? Ben. Okay, so here it is. This is the data set you're looking for. It's on StatCloud if you want. I'll be happy to like forward this to you, but you can see it right here. And by the way, the reason I have this on tap is because I'm probably going to bring this to Myron and Fresh for our show. This is higher body count in married women associated with significantly higher prevalence of cheating on their husbands. That's this one. Okay. This is from the GSS NORC. I've already shown this, by the way, last week. From the data from the GSS NORC, this is the General Social Survey. General Social Survey on the number of male sexual partners in married women were analyzed. Comparisons between women who cheated on their husbands. Now, remember, these are the ones who admitted to cheating on their husbands, right? So from a pool of 7,526, 736 admitted to. So you're looking at what, 10%? So then the control, the ones who said no, were the remainder here. Okay, so no, yes, then you can see that. Okay. And then this was the standard error mean, or standard deviation. And standard deviations here. The average, and by the way, this is how real statistics should look. So when you're looking at research data, this is how it should look. Not like, oh, I pulled a bunch of people off of Twitter and they said this. Get the fuck out of here. Anybody saying that, turn it off. Tell them to go to hell. The average number of male sexual partners for married women who cheated on their husbands was 2.3 times higher than those who did not. An independent t-test found that the difference in mean averages between the two groups was statistically significant. There you go. See it? There you go. And so what was the P count? Oh, it's down here. Okay. The married women were then stratified into groups based on the number of male sexual partners to determine the prevalence in cheating in that strata. That's this right here. So you can see 20 plus, the instance goes pretty high. And remember, this is of the 736 that said that they had cheated, period. Okay. So if you look at this by rate of comparison here, compared to married women with only one partner, which is the baseline here, the odds of women cheating on their husband is 6 times higher with 2 to 4, 9.47 times higher with 5 to 10, 14.5 times higher, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Conclusion. The results of the analysis show a statistically significant difference in the mean average number of male sexual partners in married women and the prevalence of cheating on their husbands. Each interval increases the number of partners, increases the odds of cheating by several fold. That's the one I think this is the one you were asking about. If it's not, let me know. Now we'll take that out. That was a one. That was the most recent one anyways that I had. There's other ones, but I like that one because it's like that one just came out like this month. So, and yes, I'll be dragging that one along to Miami next week. Thank you. And then make sure, Sammy, get Ben Tomlinson on there for the cast. Thank you. And is marriage socially enforced monogamy a result of beta males revolting against elitist alpha males who disproportionately took all the women? Yes and no. I think institution like here, there's a lot of speculation on this. Okay, so one is it was the state, and it made better sense if think of it this way: if polygamy is the law of the land, and one guy can have 4 or 5 wives, that means probably 4 or 5 or 6 guys don't 4 or 5 guys don't get a woman. They can't solve their reproductive problems. So what do? They form coalitions and they kill that guy and they take their bitches. It's more or less what's happened. Like when you talk about like when tribes would attack tribes. There's a great book, and I think it's Donald Graeber who wrote Debt. And in Debt, he's actually a cultural anthropologist, which is fascinating. He's kind of on the lefty side, but he's definitely a statistician for sure. And one of the things he talks about is how the human capital, like human commerce. And he goes into great detail about like tribal warfare and how intertribal warfares were started because of not because of ideology or conviction. It was because of resources. The 3 things, right? The 3 things that make for powerful men: territory, resources, and access to virginic women. And you will find that, but like we always point this out in Alpha God, Dr. Hector Garcia. That was the first instance of me seeing this. But in the Old Testament, God said, go into this village or go into the Philistines or the whatever, Jacobites, whatever the bites were, kill every man and male child, and kill every woman who has known a man, and take the virgins, the women who have not known a man, let's just say virgins, God, and take them for yourselves. Well, that's pretty much the reason why most tribal warfare started. It's either territory, it's resources, or it's bitches. And so what do? They go in, they kill everybody off, they take the the fertile, good-looking chicks, and they integrate them into their own tribe. So, how do now that's pre-agrarian, like you're looking at more nomadic kind of people at that time. Now, this is theory. This is me spitballing here, but in a post-agrarian society, the monogamy, socially enforced monogamy, becomes a thing because it's a better way of stabilizing a social order. So if guys think, okay, well, it doesn't matter because God said it's one man, one woman, and that means there's got to be somebody out there for me. It's a soulmate myth. There's somebody for everybody. There's a reason why that myth exists, because if you don't see that as a possibility for yourself, if you want that hopelessness, that despondency, you want to know why people are afraid of incels, it's because it destroys that myth. So you have to have a policy of one man, one woman. How do we enforce that? Well, God said. Didn't say it in the Old Testament. He says it now in the New Testament. Oh, okay. God's up with the times. So, yeah, well, what about Adam and Eve? Okay, well, what about them? Right. It was, what about them? Like, what about Father Abraham and Sarah and all that stuff? And by the way, that's just from the Abraham, that's just from Judeo-Christian, stories, books. You could find it in Islam, you could find it in the Torah, you could find it in you could probably find it in like ancient Babylonian stuff. You could certainly find it in Greek. By the way, there's monogamy in Rome and Greece too. Not very much. I'm sure you could probably find examples of it in feudal Japan and dynastic China as well. So it's territory, resources, and access to fertile young females who can provide you an heir. The DNA is what's the most important thing. Evolution doesn't care how the babies are born. It cares that the babies are born. So yeah, I think socially enforced monogamy was actually more or less a fail-safe. Now all bets are off because we have hormonal birth control. I've noticed a trope in some video games and movies where a wife of a powerful crime boss dramatically leaves him, sometimes taking their child as well, sort of like Kay in The Godfather. Is this realistic at all? No, it's not. But I'll point out another example. Kingpin in the very good, the good Netflix version with Charlie Cox. The Kingpin, his girlfriend. Look at the dynamic between Kingpin and I forget what his real name is in the thing. I know it's D'Onofrio, but I forget the actual character's name. But look at the dynamic between Kingpin and his girlfriend. It's very similar to that. I think it's that's a fantasy that powerful men are like the power behind the throne. It's not the king. It's the emperor or the emperor. It's the empress behind it. One of my fears, by the way, right now is I really want to see the new Napoleon movie coming out. It was sort of the middle of November, I think. I'm dying to see that. It looks good. It's very historical and everything. They're going to ruin it. I know they're going to fucking ruin it because it's going to be Josephine. And I know the story well enough. It's like Titanic, the ship sinks. I know what happens to Napoleon. I've read enough Robert Greene. It's because that's all he refers to as Napoleon half the time. But my fear is they're going to make it all about Josephine. It's just she's going to be the one who really motivates him and tells him. And in a way, she kind of does. But they're just going to overplay his part or her part, and they're going to underplay Napoleon's. Take that to the fucking bank. I guarantee you that's the way it'll go down. When are the hardcover collection coming out? The collection, I might do a collection. I'm going to see how the hardcover for the 10th anniversary edition plays out. I really need to do it soon. I have I'm almost done with edits on it, so it is coming. And I'm going to, so I've got a second edition. For people who don't know, I have a second edition, a 10th anniversary edition of the first book that is coming out. I have edited it and I have updated. It's the abridged edition, let's just say. I've updated it a little bit for modern times because we don't use terms like AFC anymore. And I've edited it, gone through it. This is like the second pass through it, by the way. The type will be bigger, I promise you. More legibility, a little bit easier to navigate. This is going to be the print version. I will also, of course, update the Kindle version as well. I may have Sammy actually do the read for the next edition for Audible as well. Only because it's changed syntax wise, but the guts of it, the content has not changed. But the way I'm presenting it, the syntax, all the typos are gone. It's much easier, I think, to read. There's a great book that if you're a writer, by the way, I highly suggest this book. Is a book called Writing Without Bullshit, and it is by the author Josh Bernoff. And that fundamentally, I wish I would have read that before I started the first book, because man, I can talk. So I have I'm not saying I dumbed it down, but I have made it easier to read. It's much more intelligible, I guess is a better term. So it is coming. I am just about done with it. I have to, like I said, I'm on second pass for edits right now, just because I'm trying to pare it down and simplify it a little bit, but it will be a hardback edition. Finally, Amazon offers hardback editions. So that's where I'm going to start with this one. And you guys will be the first, like my people. And by the way, if you're on my Patreon group, you'll be the first to know. My classes also are just about ready to go too. So, and if you're a Patreon member, you'll find out about that before anybody else, but they are coming. The hardbacks are on the way. I know the red pill is true, but my blue pill conditioning stops me from practicing game principles. Why? Trying to display command presence, but scared of being called an asshole. Why are you scared? Because you still think you have something to lose. That's why. How do I kill the beta? Stop caring. It's really simple. Give yourself permission to do that. Stop caring as much. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology to create the first bionic dog. What is it? Better, stronger, faster. And Ned will be better than he was before. We have, although it's not the $6 million dog, it's the $12,000 dog. We could put a bionic eye in him. Pray for Ned. He needs help. I hate it when I have to put a dog under anesthesia, or my greyhounds. They're very sensitive to anesthesia. Fortunately, the guy that's working on him tomorrow knows that. He's good with them. He's done them before. So I as much as I can trust somebody doing hardware work, installing hardware in Ned, then yeah, he will be a bionic dog. He's already a bionic dog. Both of my dogs have hardware. It's just in their back legs. Rollo, the QR code doesn't work on the poster. Oh, you know why? Hold on. Try this one. I think this one is the updated one. See if that works. I think this code actually works better. I could be wrong. See if it does. If not, I'll put the link in the description just so you guys can see it. But there's actually two of these. This might be the updated version of this. See it? There you go. Okay, I'll take that down. All righty. Try that one. To clarify, she passed away. Okay, thank you for that. And he is in his 50s. Thanks for the answer. Secondly, who would you say are the current contenders and who are the pretenders in the Manosphere right now? Pearl is the number one pretender in the Manosphere. I think who else? I just ran through the red pill YouTube thing. Who else would it be? The thing is like, there's guys who used to be red pill who no longer want to be red pill anymore, and they've made their money. They've siphoned off enough clout, and now it's a liability. And going into the 2024 election cycle, here's my prediction. I'm going to say this probably on the end of year show for Rule Zero, but batten down the hatches because a storm's coming. And I said the same thing in 2020, but the storm is coming. And I said, even 2020 was a bad year for the red pill because it's an election cycle year. Any election cycle year, all focus goes to, well, right now it's going to be the culture war. It's us versus them. It's what political schadenfreude, right? People want to, they want to see the other team lose. That's all it is. Tribalism. And by the way, tribalism is a feature, not a bug, but like sometimes it can be a bad thing. Tribalism right now, it's a political, ideological, racial, name the tribe. And I guarantee you someone's going to find a way to stoke that hatred between the tribes. Take that to the bank. Let's see. I can just run through. Well, Pearl's the number one faker in the entire thing. I still have no idea why anyone would ever reference Destiny for anything. I think what's funny is like there's this like tradcons, they love to hate on the drag queen story. They God forbid some was transgender or transsexual whatever drag queen is reading stories to their kids in school or in the library, but it's okay. We're going to take this blue-haired freak here and we're going to listen to what he says about masculinity because we respect what he has to say. We don't, but don't want that drag queen stuff. Really? The only one that comes to mind right now is the only one you see right now. There's two people. There's only two people you see. Pearl, who everybody wants to hate on, and Destiny. Those are the only two. Those apparently, if anything red pill, it's got to be coming from those two. And by the way, don't even throw that drug addict Sneeko at me. And yes, I know things. Don't throw Zerka at me. Don't throw these guys have no business being like. I don't even think most of them even call themselves red pill. But anybody who's saying, hey, I'm out of the red pill, fuck it, I'm out. Anybody who's said I'm no longer red pill or I'm ending the red pill story arc. And then you go and you look at the thumbnail, just look at the thumbnails on their channels and it's all red pill stuff. You understand that you can't leave. You can never leave. You're never going to get away from this because they love it too much. It's never been about education. It's only been about clout. It's only been about the high and the rise that they get from talking about this shit. If you were going to leave the Manosphere, you wouldn't make some big grand exit. Trust me, when I leave the Manosphere, whenever that happens, I'm not going to go, see you later. You won't have me to kick around anymore. You just won't hear from me. I'll be gone. Be in Barbados with fresh coconuts. But good question. Pearl's the number one faker. I mean, she's a shit person. She really is. And anybody taking her seriously right now, you are associating. You have shit on you. 20 for Ned. Thank you. Also, I told you months ago to tell my friend Kenneth to cash app that queen. He still hasn't. Will you please tell him again and be more serious? Okay, Kenneth, cash app that queen. Is that serious enough? Houston was Neo Houston. We're going to put you on Ned's cast. Thomas V. I have an idea for a red pill movie script. Good. Everybody does. That I've been slowly developing. Is that something that you and Kevin Savo would be interested in? I would. I think Kevin's got his own thing going right now, but you can just email me about it. Like Thomas, pitch me on email. Rollo, your book saved my life. Why? You know what? That's so nice. I'm glad you could benefit from it. Rollo, did writing The Rational Male change your approach to writing music? Yeah. When I write, you mean music or composing music or like writing lyrics? Definitely writing lyrics. I try to say more with less in my songwriting. My lyrical writing right now. And if you want, what's he talking about? Rollo writes lyrics. Yeah. I play for a band called Trial of Ascension. We have 3 EPs out. We're working on a full-length album right now. If you go and you listen to the song Phoenix that we did, that's about half mine, maybe 60% mine. If you listen to Dominic, which is about Operation Dominic, which my father was involved in, I wrote damn near all of that. I think Livy wrote just a few things for the end chorus, but other than that, I wrote that one. I like to tell stories with I'm a storyteller when I'm writing lyrics. I don't like, oh, you got to write emotion. I'm more like, Steve Harris from Iron Maiden. I like to write like something that's like historical and tell a story with my stuff. And Operation Dominic was definitely a story. Yeah, definitely. I love to see you sit with Tim Grover, trainer of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Okay. He describes alpha mindset as focus machine and everything on the schedule outside is irrelevant. Cool. I would do it. K-Dog, looking to be an ambassador for you or the FNF boys in Brazil. Okay. If there are any plans going there, I love Austin, but fly down a few times a year. Perhaps I'll stop by Vegas to shake hands and kiss babies. Okay. Sounds good, man. Let me know. If you come out to Vegas, let me know ahead of time, K-Dog. Like email me and I'll at the very least get you in the green room. Viking Paradigm. Hey, man, thank you very much for your contribution. Thanks for signing my book in Las Vegas. You are indeed a real one. Here's something for the good doggo. Viking Paradigm, you will go on Ned's cast. I met with his, should I say your real name? I met with Viking Paradigm last week when we were doing the Fresh and Fit version of Access Vegas, which we did on Wednesday of last week. So thanks. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I appreciate you. I love you all. Hey, Rollo, what is it called when a woman makes too much money so she's stuck settling for a lower guy? It's called, is there a term for that? Natalie Portman's husband got caught cheating and she stayed with him even though she's wealthier. So let me see if I can pare this down. I've known women who have had very like their boyfriends are not homeless, but they may as well be, right? They're good looking guys. I used to know guys when I lived in Tahoe, when I first lived in Tahoe, I used to know some very, let's see, I don't want to try to do this tactfully. I've known women who have made a lot of money and their boyfriends were like sort of like burnout snowboarder guys. They were lifties is what they were. They were lift techs. They would work on the ski lifts and stuff. This is transient workforce. What can you say? But they were all in really good shape because the only reason they were there was to make money, a little bit of money during the season, smoke weed and party and have a good time. And the joke was, what do you call a snowboarder without a girlfriend? Homeless. And so they were like a lot of the girls who worked in, let's just say, more prestigious jobs would bring them on as boyfriends, and they'd be live-ins and everything like that. And they would cheat on those girls, and those girls would put up with it eventually, because those girls there was the SMV ratio imbalance. The guy was probably, let's just say, an 8, and she was maybe a 6. But because of that sort of unconscious understanding of sexual ratio in balance, she might even think she's a little bit lower than that. Like, I could never get a guy that is as good as this. He fucks me so well, blah, blah, blah. I know I'm a little bit overweight, but he puts up with that. But if he cheats, I'm never going to find another guy like this. So she's going to put up with that, even though she makes more money. And she's the one paying the rent and keeping the lights on, keeping him in clothes, buying him shit, right? And it could be a similar situation to that. I don't know that there's necessarily a particular name for somebody will come up with a name, I'm sure. But I think it's just the SMV imbalance between the two of them. Why do some women cheat on their successful husbands with losers who aren't as successful or fit? Genuine question. Always confuse me. Doesn't confuse me. Because I understand the truth of dual mating strategy. That's why. Alpha fucks beta bucks. That's why. It's not about status. It's not about money. Women don't like women. Why do women cheat on their successful husband with the pool boy? Why do they get with the loot? Why? Good example. Why did what's her name? Jada Pinkett Smith bang August Alsina? I mean, he was a good looking kid. Don't get me wrong. He made some money, but he's nowhere near. So the capital and the gravitas and the let's just say the affluence and value level of Will Smith. But here we are. I'll tell you another thing is that it's not because of mate switching hypothesis. This flies directly in the face of that. And I'll tell you the funny thing is like just for me challenging mate switching hypothesis, like people, well, what does Rollo know? He doesn't have a doctor. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't have a doc. He doesn't have the DR in front of Dr. Rollo Tomassi, Professor Emeritus. Who the fuck do you think you are? I know enough to like look around and have a pretty good idea of what's going on for the last 22 years. Maybe I should have an honorary doctorate. I think so. That was pretty good. Honorary Professor Emeritus Rollo Tomassi. Just look around you. Steve Harvey, there's another one. Why on earth would Marjorie want to fuck the bodyguard? Cheat on him with the bodyguard. Why would Marjorie want to cheat on him with the chef, the personal? Well, he can cook chicken and waffles, man. It must have been that, right? Because it sure as shit wasn't because those guys were more affluent, had higher status, were funnier, were more emotionally available. It had nothing to do with that. You know what it was? She wanted to get fucked. Even after Steve Harvey was like, I will kill anybody in this room who come after my girl. Remember that? I forget, what was that? Was that the Oscars or the Emmy? I forget where it was. Do you need more proof? I could probably find more. Oh, mate switching hypothesis. Women only leave and cheat on their husbands because they're looking for the bigger and better deal. Obviously not. That might have held water in a time before the sexual revolution. That might have held water in Destiny's fantasy world where the only thing that matters is women making money. No, they want to fuck. They want the D. And now because we have a gynocentric social order, and yeah, because women are also in the workforce, of course, they make their own money. But more so, they provide for their own or they at least believe that they should be fearful enough. They are scared into becoming the men that they want to marry. They want long-term security, and we can't get it from these sons of bitches because you don't know, even the most successful guy might go run off with his trophy wife secretary. Fuck, you got to get the bag, girl. That's what happened to what's the baseball player guy. The false allegations against that guy. But remember what the motive was for that. Get the bag. That's what it was. She was texting her girlfriends. What's the guy's name? Starts with a B. I can't remember. No, he wasn't. He was a pitcher for the Dodgers. What the hell? Somebody give me a Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer. What was the motivation? Get the bag, girl. Because it's long-term security. That's why. It doesn't matter. Just tell the judge anything. Just get that bag, girl. She got nothing, zero. And you know what? She should have served the same sentence. Law of Hammurabi, man, what Lex Talionis, right? Tooth for tooth and an eye for an eye. You should suffer the same punishments of the one that you are, the person you are falsely accusing. That used to be the law of the land. You want to know why it took, what was it? I don't know if this is Aramaic law or maybe this is a Muslim thing. But if a woman wanted to go before like the imam or wanted to go before the council, I hope I'm not butchering this. Sorry, Abu American, but go and plead her case for being abused or raped or whatever else. She had to go there with three other women to back her up, or she had to be there with her brother and uncle, or there had to be male people who were there on her behalf as well. A woman could not by her own self go up there and make her own case. Why? Because of what happened to Trevor Bauer. It's just practicality, just pragmatism. That's what it was. That's why, because we live in now back then, of course, it's a patriarchy. Okay, I'll give you that. But there's a latent purpose to that. Because she could say anything, and guys will go off half-cocked. Hell, if you want to talk about what's happening in India, all it takes is for one false allegation or false accusation, and there'll be people out in the streets dragging that guy and drawn in court, like rip him limb from limb. Just at the mention of it, just the hint, just at the possibility, the suspicion that this guy could have in some way assaulted this woman or, God forbid, raped this woman, right? And they're willing, and people don't care. Because the white knights will come out in droves. They don't care. They will come in and they're to Milady's rescue, and she can do whatever the fuck she wants, make up whatever story she wants. And again, I think one of the reasons why that's a possibility is because it's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can. That's why you had laws like that. But I don't see, like, why are they because they want the D. They don't have to worry about it anymore. When you live in an era where you can have sex without the risk of pregnancy, this is what you get. Prior to the sexual revolution, I might have said, well, it's because of resources. It's because women need a man for protection, provisioning, and parental investment. Now they don't. Hey, from Sweden, wondering what you think of the equivalent would be for men in women's eyes, relationship count. Sweden, wondering what you think the equivalent would be for men in women's eyes. Would love to see this asked in a live show as an analogy for women's body count. Well, you don't have to ask that because that's the first question that comes out of any woman's mouth. Because when you, and it doesn't have to be body count, but whenever you reveal an unflattering truth about women's nature, it always is followed up by, well, men do it too. Ooh, men do it too. And worse. What about if he does this? Whataboutism. Do you know whataboutism? It's spelled like that. It's all one word. Whataboutism. Look it up. It's actually a real thing. Right? I think it's a psychological thing. What about? No, you will never hear, like if for instance, if we were saying, well, men's body count this and men's body count that and men's body count, you will never hear anybody in a panel say, well, what about women? No one will say that because it's much easier to pound on guys. It's not even an afterthought. It doesn't even come up in a course of conversation. It's not a concept in anyone's head. If we started the conversation saying, well, men's body count is, you pulled up Macklemore, you pull up McMurphy, right? You say, well, men who have a high body count, they tend to cheat more. Yeah, because the guys who can cheat more, or the guys who can get to that point, yeah, of course they can. But we're looking, that's a small fraction of men in the total sexual marketplace that can actually pull that off. That can be the 4.5%ers, right? That are attractive enough that women open them. So you are correct, but statistically it's insignificant compared to the, 96%? 95.5% of guys who can't do that. The average woman has way more sexual access than the average man. So that is most definitely going to offset your stupid allegations. But you know what? If you make that point in a panel show, you make that point on somebody's interview, no one stops you and says, well, wait a minute, Macklemore, what about the women? Nobody stops you on that. No one. It's never even an afterthought, because if something is unflattering to male nature, we'll go, yeah, they're all dogs. Yeah, we know we're all dogs. Oh, sorry, Dick say go this way. Like that's what we do. Oh, you know why? Because that's intrasexual competition between men. I'm not like that. Well, most guys are like that, but not me. I don't fool around. I don't cheat. I'm the last of the clean livers. Because that's intrasexual, hierarchically, it's intrasexual competition. Men know that they can never compete with the Justin Wallers, the 4.5%ers. They can't. They're completely outclassed. So the only thing they can do is disqualify someone like Justin Waller, which, by the way, is what Rose, what's her face, was trying to do on whatever podcast. And last show I showed that intro video where she's trying to scold him for his ability to have a main and have other women on the side. Well, if you were a real man, you wouldn't want to do that. But he is a real man. He has the money and the means, and he's high value enough that he can do that. And he does do that. And it goes against everything you think. And the reason why, here's the thing, what highlights that thinking is that Rose, what's her face, thinks that should be the way things are. But like Justin just couldn't articulate it. And I wish I could have helped Justin a little bit with this. He couldn't articulate it. He just said, I'm just not wired that way. No, you're at the top of the fucking pyramid, Jay. 4.5%. It doesn't even, of course I can do whatever the fuck I want. Why wouldn't I? Well, why wouldn't you? Is if you're shamed into thinking that it's wrong, that it's immoral, that God said you're going to go to hell if you keep doing what you're doing. or you're going to be on the wrong side of history, or the Western culture is going to decline and die, and you have to decline and fall of Western civilization because Justin Waller couldn't keep his dick in his pants. That, by the way, that is intrasexual competition. Well, the vast majority of guys cannot compete with the Justin Wallers of the world. Solution: disqualify them. You're doing it wrong. It's one man, one woman. It's socially enforced monogamy, right? Let's see. Okay, I got to that. I'll go to this one. Hey, Rollo, I'm 25. I feel like I'm missing out by not going to an Ivy League when I was younger because of the connections and branding. Ivy League. Thoughts on going Columbia for an MS in tech? You sure you don't want to go for law? I already have my BS. Okay, so I'm going to, Kevin Costner, this is your $10. I think that an education is its own reward. It's valuable. I have the same attitude towards education that I have towards marriage. I am very pro education and I am very pro marriage. I think a marriage is a great deal. I just don't think the way we do it right now is advantageous to men. Same thing can be said for universities. So when we say, well, if you're going to go and get something in tech, I hope that you have a talent and a drive to be successful in whatever it is that you have planned to major on in a big university like Columbia. Okay, good. There was a time when going to college and going to university was about the education. I went and got my degree for a lot of reasons, but it wasn't because I needed a better job. I was actually working at the time I was getting my degrees. So it wasn't about the money. It was about having that piece of paper, right? It was about having that at first anyways. It was about that diploma. And then I realized the reason you go to college, the reason you go to university is so that you can be educated on a great many things. A good human should be able to converse knowledgeably on a great variety of subjects. If you want to know why I can write a book, I didn't major in English. I didn't major in like writing. I didn't make creative or otherwise. I'm an author of 5 books because I decided that that's what I wanted to do and I have a talent for it and I'm good at it. Thank you very much. I don't have a degree in English. I didn't need a degree in English. I just did it. I never try anything. I just do it. Want to try me. But I'm educated enough to be able to talk about it. And if I don't know something, I'll be the first to tell you, like, I don't know that. And I'll be happy to tell you on the next show after I go study up on it. In fact, sometimes I'm curious enough to try right then and there. So I think that education is its own reward, or it should be its own reward. It's good for you to know a great many things. I used to be in college and I remember talking, like, because I was older when I was finishing my degree. I was like in my early 30s. And I'm around kids who are like 10 years younger than me. They're like, man, why am I taking Western traditions? Why am I taking this capstone class? Why am I taking this? Why am I taking women in literature? Why am I taking... I'll belly aching about this shit. And I'm just like, because it's not about, or they're like, I'll never use this in my job. Now you'd be surprised what you'll use in your job. I went to work for Van Gogh fucking vodka after that. I put it to use because I was like, you know what? This is what I do. I'm glad I have this education. And now I can I didn't major in art history, but I had a BFA and there's a lot of art history in that. And I was good at what I did with Van Gogh vodka as a result. I wasn't like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go get an art degree and then I'm going to go work for Van Gogh vodka. That didn't even cross my fucking mind. I had no idea. I was an art director for actually 3 major casinos at the time. I just wanted it was me. It was personal at that point. I want this fucking diploma. You know, I think that an education is its own reward, but the problem is, once again, I think it's a great concept. It's just bad in the way that we practice it right now. But go do it. Columbia, fuck yeah. Ben Tomlinson, thank you. Professor Emeritus, thank you very much. And holy mackerel, wait a minute. Oh. Thank you, PP. Much appreciated. And PP, I will put 2 P's at the very top of the cast today. In fact, I'm going to go do, as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to do a little quick hit video. I'm going to start writing now. I got a Sharpie out and start writing it on the cast here. So there you go. In fact, maybe I should wait. Maybe I should wait till he's got his permanent, because he's got a hard cast that's going to go on after his surgery. So I'll probably do it tomorrow. There you go. Because they're going to cut the one off today, because he's got a big splint and hard cast right now, but they got to cut it off so they can do the surgery, and then they're going to recast it. So on the recast, I'll do it. Excellent. PP, I love you very much. You're like the number one main supporter of the show. Thank you. And Ned loves you too. Rollo, why is it when two men at a social event are wearing the same shirt, simply point and say, ha, nice shirt? How when women see another woman? Okay, because it's intrasexual competition. I think kind of depends on the chick, but I think that's one of the worst situations. Even as like young as like homecoming dance, right? Oh my God, she's wearing what I'm wearing. She must have gone to that bitch. She must have gone to the same place. Because women don't want to look like a copy of someone else. They all want to be special snowflakes and special flowers. That's why. Guys don't care. I don't care about that. Best wishes for healing your lady and the pup. Thank you very much, Javier. I will definitely put your name on Ned's cast. Appreciate you. Chic Daddy, how do I deal with my anger of women saying A, then 5 seconds later doing B? Okay. I'll tell you. Every day, every woman, i.e. hookup, said swipes left on topless Tinder photos. 5 seconds later, swiping right on them in front of me. Topless? You mean guys being topless? Okay. Anyways, I get the gist of what you're talking about. Okay, so guys will tell you this. Never believe what a woman says, just watch what she does. Okay, that's the bonehead way of going about it. What I've talked about, it's in my first book, which I don't have a copy right here. My first book, there's a chapter in there. It's called "The Medium is the Message," and this is, I think, more important than watch what she says, not what she does. That's pretty much true for anybody, right? You still have to listen to what they say to know if they're liars or not, but watch what she says, not what she does. It's better when you understand the concept behind that, which is the medium is the message. So understand that her behavior is the message. So when guys tell me, she's sending me mixed messages, Rollo, what does she really mean? What is she doing? She's flaking on dates. Well, what does that behavior tell you about her? She's a flake. Okay. That's not confusing. That's not a mixed message. I'm a flake. Hey, I'm a flake. What does her behavior tell you? She wants to, she tells you she wants to be loyal to you, and then she goes and she fucks her boyfriend. What does that behavior tell you?
Well, I'm a whore.
Yes. Well done. You figured it out. It's the actual somatic, work, body language, behavioral language. The medium is the message. So what she's saying, okay, I'm against the idea of don't believe what a woman says. Sure, believe what she says, but also watch what she does. Because if her actions are incongruent with what she says, she's a liar. It's cognitive dissonance. It's having two competing concepts that go on in her head. Most women have no problem with cognitive dissonance, especially when that cognitive dissonance is about hypergamy. If those two concepts, either of those two conflicting concepts, will lead to an optimized hypergamy, women have no problem with cognitive dissonance. They could say one thing and do another. And you know what? They'll laugh at it. Like, that's just me. I'm so bad. Don't judge me, but that's where you get that shit. They know that it's cognitive dissonance. They just don't call it that. But they understand that they have to give you like sort of this caveat before. Don't judge me. Which means I'm going to judge you. Don't say, ladies, never say, well, don't judge me for this, but I'm going to, like, just you saying that, I'm going to judge you. In fact, I think more men need to be more judgmental, especially of the actions. So how do I deal with the anger of women saying, hey, why are you angry? So you're still in the anger phase. There's and the 5 stages of unplugging, which I should do. Sammy, give me the link to 5 stages of unplugging from my site and put it in our chat so I can link it. One of those is anger, right? It's the 5 stages of grief. Anger is one of those stages. Most guys can't get out of the anger phase. That's what most people are very concerned with when it comes to incels. They're all angry. The red pill makes angry men. Angry men. No, they're angry at themselves. They're not angry at women. They're angry at themselves for believing the bullshit for as long as they've believed it. They're angry at wasting that time, effort, money, and whatever else based on bad information, inaccurate information. That's what they're angry at. Some of them might get to full. Oh, it's in the chat. Thank you. Some of it might get to full-fledged. There you go. Here we go. 1 is denial. 2 is anger. Post red pill. I'm just going to read you the anger one. This is number 2. This is ridiculous. Why should I have to jump through all these hoops for women? I just want to be myself. Why couldn't I have been a natural alpha? I blame my parents, siblings, teachers, God, liberals, feminists, media, society, maybe George Sedini and Anders Breivik, James Holmes. It wasn't so crazy after all. Maybe they were right. Oh, grr, I'm in the anger phase. Number 3, bargaining. Number 4, depression. Number 5, acceptance. And then I added a 6. It's being jaded. That's the MGTOW phase if you go overboard. But that's what it is. It's just the 5 stages of grief. It's the anger phase. You know what you do? You let go of it. You accept the game for what it is. The reason why guys get angry about stuff like this, about like, oh, she does one thing, she says another. What? You just have to say, you know what? That's just how bitches are. That's how they are. And plan accordingly. How do you get out of the anger phase? You plan accordingly. You expect, you predict. It's a predictive framework. That's what it is. You predict. It's the framework. I predict it. Don't get mad at it. It sucks when the cheetah runs down a caribou or whatever they are, a gnu. That's horrible. It's evil. I'm angry. The cheetah's got to eat. It just is what it is. You got to remember that, and I'll leave you with this here. The red pill does not exist so that guys will hate women. It's creating men who hate women. No, it's not. It exists so you won't hate women or get angry with them for what they can never be to you. Once you accept that the women can never be what your idealization, your blue pill idealization is of them, it's much easier to deal with women. Much easier. Just accept them for what they are and plan accordingly. That's how you let go of that anger. That's how you should get out of the anger phase, by the way. You have to cross the abyss. You have to accept the fact. That's a problem. When I talk about crossing the abyss is that anger phase where you haven't realized that it doesn't matter. Care less. It doesn't matter because the machine is what it is. Those are the rules. You can either choose to exit, not play at all, or you can play within you do better. Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better, and don't get mad because it's not easy, or at least not now. It is. It gets easier later. Modern hypergamy. Make babies with alpha genes when the apocalypse happens. Settle with betas in the current privileged world. Yeah, well, let's just say if the apocalypse happens, I wouldn't be too concerned about all of that. I've seen stats that say 10% of people in relationships are happy with the relationship. No, they're not. What proportion of those do you think is a function of the woman being appreciative of the man? Well, if they're happy with each other in the doing, then it's going to be the woman who admires the man. Yes, man is in a superior position because the woman is deferential to his authority and is happy to submit to a worthy man's cause. Worthy man's cause. His choices, his life is, he's the director. She trusts him implicitly. She loves him implicitly. Great. Now, this question should never even be brought up because there's no such thing as happiness. Isn't that horrible? Happiness is in the doing. It's not in the being. I have a happy marriage. Doing what? What makes you happy in the marriage? What are you doing in the marriage that is providing you with the emotive state of happiness? I'm sorry, Dr. and Mr. Wizard, but that's where I have to go with that. Wishing Ned a speedy recovery. Thank you very much. Wishing Rakesh. Put that on too. A speedy recovery. Thanks for all you do. Any recommendations? Improving command presence in conversations. I can. The best thing I can tell you is pick up my 5th book, which is the Player's Handbook, which I have a very ratty copy here because I've been using it for the classes recently. The classes are being videotaped, by the way. Videoed right now. So in this book, available on Amazon. I love the cover on this. There you go. There's a whole section on command presence. In fact, that's one major chapter in here. Much easier to just simply tell you, go pick this up. I went to a lot of trouble to write that chapter. I'm a gay man and I love my position beneath straight men. Is it okay that I find it fulfilling dedicating my life to improving the lives of straight alpha men? No, I don't have a problem with that. One of the, people think, oh, why would you ever take a gay man's word for masculinity? I think it's funny. Is like, I think a lot of gay guys, especially like more like tops, I guess, more dominant male guys, I think in some ways they have a more interesting take on like conventional masculinity than a lot of like the 80%ers, like beta male guys, because they're only dealing with men. Was it Jack Donovan, who I think he's more straight now because he kind of like was more sexually fluid, but I think Jack Donovan he's back to being straight again. Last I checked anyways, but he's the author of Becoming a Barbarian and the Way of Men. And he's been gay. I don't know if he's technically gay now, but I don't know. Let's just say he's bisexual. He has been in the past. I think what's interesting is anybody who's going to, I've written essays on homosexuality, and especially what I think couple of my 2 favorite books, and I'll give you some book suggestions, is Becoming a Barbarian by Jack Donovan and also The Way of Men by Jack Donovan. They are very insightful essays and chapters and books on conventional masculinity, written by, at least at the time, a gay Jack Donovan, who, if you look at the dude, he's bodybuilder ripped. He's definitely, you would not call this dude, if you thought he was heterosexual, and I did, if you thought he was heterosexual, you say this guy's an alpha male. He's very straightforward when it comes to his beliefs. He and I both share a heritage. I mean, we're both Vikings, right? Danes. We're of Scandinavian German descent, right? And actually, I still would call him a friend. I think he's a good dude, right? But I think what's funny is like just me doing that. Like, you got to remember, like nobody really remembers Milo Yiannopoulos in his gay days. He was a good friend of mine. People used to give me shit because like there's pictures of me with Milo. There's pictures of me with Jack. There's pictures of me with Jack Murphy and freaking Alex. What's his name? Costanza, that dude. Like, sure, fine. I didn't know who they were back then. You just throw them up if you want. But I will say this. I think what's funny is anybody who would like criticize a guy who's a gay dude trying to, like, what'd you say, dedicate yourself to improving the lives of straight men. Awesome. Do it. I'm all for it. And I think anybody who's going to give you shit about that needs to also check themselves when it comes to listening to guys like Destiny, who are essentially homosexuals, and they are certainly not into dedicating their lives to the betterment of men, period. Asian and Hispanic women prefer white guys. Yep. Done those shows too. Military is paying for my education, then serving 6 years. Good for you. Welcome. Thank you for your service, brother man. James Sexton says you can just get a prenup from a good lawyer for like $3,000 and you should be safe. Yet I hear that judges throw out prenups all the time. I hope you talk about this. I'll talk to him about this. I already have. It's in my discussion with him on this channel. If you haven't seen that interview with me, it was back in August, but that will definitely be a topic of conversation coming up next week. Speedy Recovery Ned, Joshua, you are now on Ned's Cast. Thank you very much. If marriage isn't recommended for guys today in a gynocentric society, what options do we have? We're trying to figure that out still, Zuma. If you want a family, just hope to find a girl who's okay with not getting married. Thanks for all you do. That's technically the way we are doing it right now. I am not against marriage. I'm against the way we do it now. And if you feel compelled by religion or conviction or ideology or just hell, your poor blue pill sappy way of thinking, at the very least, go in with both eyes open. Like, I think it was Jim Sexton. Now, here's what I want to do. I have this fantasy of creating some kind of business with Jim where we do premarital counseling, but we do it from the perspective of a divorce attorney. It's not a pastor, it's not a minister, it's not a priest, it's a divorce attorney. Because, and I think that this is fascinating too, because I never really thought about this until Jim brought this up, which was most people will buy a house and they'll read the fine print, or they'll buy a car and they'll understand there's a lot of paperwork you have to sign to buy a car. Here's the insurance, here's what we're paying for, here's the warranty. People know what their homeowner's insurance is. People know what their points are. They know what their interest rate is. They know what they're signing themselves up for, because there's a lot of paperwork to go into putting a house into escrow, get the title company involved, get your payments, blah, blah, blah. You have to go through all of that. And what's funny is, like, we do nothing like that when it comes to marriage. And it's more significant a contract than buying a house or buying a car. But most people don't understand the legalities, the legal liabilities they enter into when they sign a marriage certificate. How awesome would it be to do like just a course or something where, like, this is what you are entering into. Go in with both eyes open. I'm not saying don't get married. Just don't go into marriage and say, I didn't see it coming. I didn't know this was going to happen. I didn't know she could do that. At least you go. Then it'll never happen. Because of what Jim said, this is what, like, he back in his early days when he was young and idealistic, he would go to like marriage like expos, and he would try to be like the guy who's like, hey, have you thought about a prenup? Right? They wouldn't even give him a table at the expo because they didn't want to have, like, the Grim Reaper at the expo. Devil Mountain Coffee. You guys got to give me some new coffee, man. I'm out of my K-cups now, but I will give you a shout out. And wait, I'll even do one better. My code still works. Go if you want to, if you're into the most caffeine. It's the highest caffeine count you can get. I think it's higher than Death Wish too, which I think Death Wish is kind of like a wannabe brand compared to Devil Mountain. But here you go, Devil Mountain. There you go. I should leave that up there for a minute. Wait, there. That's me. Should I put that up? Oh, wait. This one. Devil Mountain Coffee. Go get it now at devilmountaincoffee.com. There you go. I gave you your plug, man. Can I have my free coffee? I don't get any. I get no money from Devil Mountain Coffee. I get like free mugs, and I get like coffee that I'm going to drink anyway. So. And God damn, it's good. What's your nutrition program, Rollo? Caffeine and stress. That's how I stay thin. How does Rollo stay so svelte and good looking? Really, really ridiculously good looking. Caffeine and stress. I'm going to start my own nutrition program. All right, last one's here. Let's get to these. Why is there no inverted Fresh and Fit? 2 female co-hosts plus a panel of men. Oh, funny you should say so. Why is this? How come there's no parity? How come the yin doesn't have a yang? All of these knockoffs. Why aren't women doing it? Break it down, Rollo. Because they don't want to reveal they don't want you to know how the sausage is made. That's basically it. I'm surprised there isn't. And I'll tell you, you want to know why? Because they get enough knowledgeable guys on. Because let's say, look at it 2 ways. Okay, you got Fatina and Freshina, right? Whatever. You get 2 female hosts, and they get a panel of guys on there. What are they going to talk about? What do they have to talk about? You want to talk about intersexual dynamics? Great, awesome. So you have 2, there's only 2 ways it goes. You get guys who are red pill aware who come on and just like destroy the host and make them look like idiots. Or you get guys who are just like, yeah, I'll do anything for their pedestalized girl, their blue pill. I'll pedestalize girls. I don't care. I love women. And neither one of that that combination of the blue pill guy, like you're going to get guys who are just going to simply agree with the girls. They're the sneaky fuckers, right? They're the guys who like want to blend in. They want to identify with the feminine. They're not great guests because they just sit there and nod their head and go, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll do anything. I'll work harder. I'll marry you. I'd love to. I don't care who it is. I don't care if you're overweight. I'll fuck you. I'm so sexually starved that I don't care. I'll just do anything. I love women. I respect women. That'd be the most boring show on planet Earth. No one would watch that. If you got guys who were red pill aware, what would happen is this. You'd have the two hosts, they'd be throwing stuff out there, and there'd be guys who like me who come in and just fuck up the program. And it makes them look bad. That's why there is no female version of Fresh and Fit. It doesn't work with two females, that's why. Essentially. Those are really the two ways it can go. You're not going to have a good, and who's going to watch it, right? Hey, we're the female version of, like, here's what would happen. You would get Pearl. That's essentially what it would be. You'd have two Pearls, basically. It'd be boring as fuck. But a lot of her shit is just simply boring because there's no conflict. It's just her pontificating and mouthing off shit parroting back shit that she's heard from me or Myron or God knows who else or whoever she's supposed to say, whatever firebomb, whatever grenade she's supposed to pull, whatever Molotov cocktail she's supposed to throw that week, that the people at the talking heads at Daily Wire get to respond to. I just showed it to you on YouTube. Just this week, Ben Shapiro, once again, Ruslan, and talking shit about Matt, and they're reactors. What else would you react to? If I'm going to give Pearl one just glimmer of credit, I will say this. She knows how to throw hot red meat out to people like Ruslan, who gobble it up. They wouldn't exist without it. They won't get it from me. I mean, maybe they will, but they don't want to talk because I'm on control. They can't control me. They control her. Her, what was it? Her manager, Gina Bonjingo or something like that. I showed you guys the video before. She said she admitted on Adam Sosnick's show that her managers work for Daily Wire. They either quit or they're still presently working for him. I don't know when that was. It was at least 6 months ago, a year ago. I mean, Adam's show's not even 2 years old yet. So, that it would be boring as fuck. It would look something like Pearl. And the other thing is like the girls couldn't be hot. They'd have to be something somewhat approachable because what would happen is if they were like hot, if they're big, have big titties and blonde hair, blue eyes and nice ass and look at these fake girls talking to these guys. I can't believe it would last. It would be popular for the first like 4 shows. And okay, well, what's different than I'm going to go watch The Bachelor. Seriously. Anyways, thanks for that. It'd be boring as hell. My anger of women came after my wife left. But I knew it's never women or men. It's always me. You have helped me be more understanding as a late bloomer. Get in shape is nothing next to mindset. Well, getting in shape is definitely important. In fact, I would argue that getting in shape will help you with your mindset. There you go. Well, now I can get back to the chat and see who's not super chatting right now. If you like Pearl, you don't know Pearl. If everybody, I'll throw this one out here one more time. Pearl is a shit person. End of story. She's just a shit person. I don't work with retards, and I don't work with retards who work with retards. Pearl's a retard. So, let's see. Simple as that. What do you got? What else do you have for me? Bring it. Do you think marriage laws will ever change or get more lenient? Nope. Is anyone out there working towards this? Nope. Hope you talked to Sexton about this. Already did. You really should like zoom out. It would save you a lot of. I'll take your super chats, thank you. But if you watch the interview that I did with James back in August, I answered all those questions. No, that's actually not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is she's a ripoff artist, number one. And if you think views are a metric of success, you don't know anything about YouTube. Subscriptions, Views, likes, well, views, I guess it depends on the format, but views, follows, subscriptions, whatever. Subscriptions, subs are a vanity metric. Likes are a vanity metric. Comments are a vanity metric. It has no bearing on the YouTube algorithm. And the very fact that you would even think that leads me to know that you're an idiot. Because the only thing that matters on YouTube is three things. Okay. One is click-through rate. How many people clicked on it? It doesn't even matter how long. Well, it does matter how long they watch, but click-through rate's number one. Impressions that come from the click-through rate. What is impressions? Impressions are when you go to your phone and you say, oh, YouTube is suggesting that I watch these videos. Most people don't, unless they're looking for something very specific, like how to hang drywall, unless they're looking for something very specific. People mostly watch YouTube and mindlessly watch TikTok and mindlessly look at Instagram Reels and whatever it comes up as the suggested, whatever those apps and that social media thinks that you will watch and that you will like. Those are called impressions. And you get those as a content creator. You get those as a result of click-through rate, meaning your content is good and people like you and they want to keep watching you. Okay. Has nothing to do, like it does, like you don't go up in the algorithm because you have 1.5 million subs. There are channels that are under 1,000 subs right now, and their video goes viral, and they have an impression rate that's in the like 12 to 15%. Is astronomical. Click-through rate that's what makes it viral. Click-through rate, audience retention is the third thing. Those are the three elements of really creating a successful video. You want to know why like stupid face, thumbnails are a big deal? Because that's what people tend to click on. Shock. It's the Mr. Beast stupid face thumbnail. There's your clip. If you can see the whites of your eyes, shock, that stops people. It also stops people to, where does this come from? If you go and you look at like Netflix or Hulu or hell, even like HBO Max. If you look at the video, Prime, Amazon Prime. If you go and you look at the videos that are being suggested to you, and you look at the thumbnails for those videos, even on Netflix, they do the same thing. It's always a human being, and it's like the fear grimace, the chimpanzee fear grimace. That's what people stop at. That's what gets clicked through. It's not, oh, hey, look, Pearl has 1.7 million. I think I'll hit on this. It must be popular. Nobody does that. They click on whatever is fed to them, and usually by shock or stupid face or something that they think is going to be outrageous, and usually how long they're going to have to spend on watching it. That's why nobody watches a 4-hour and 15-minute live stream by Rollo Tomassi, but they will stop on a 8 to 12-minute clip by Rollo Tomassi. What percentage of men can one rep max 2 plates, 225? Well, I can tell you how much I can get. I know I can get 6 of those on a flat bench. I could in college, and I'm working my way back towards that. There is actually, I think it is, I saw a video on this, like to bench 225, which is like 2 plates, right? Yeah, two on either side. To bench that, I think it's something like 14% of the U.S. population can do 220, can bench 225. They're probably young too. I know I can do it for 6. My max bench, or was before I injured my shoulder, my max bench was like 285 at 55 years old. Thank you very much. Shit, I can think of 34-year-old guys who can't fucking do that. But anyways, it's all the TRT, man. It's the TRT and the peptides. Nobody wants to ask me about fitness? Come on now. I can give you that. What you got? Do you think pre-selection and social proof can change forms when you're in different countries? Yes. By the way, yeah. Social proof is also contextual. Social proof in particular is contextual. There's a difference between social proof and pre-selection. Pre-selection is when girls are like, yeah, that's the one. Go fuck him. Social proof can come from men and women. That's what gives you want status. Confirmation of status is essentially social proof. Yes, and it's contextual, thus being in different countries, depending on what game strategies are effective. Yes, I also cover that in the player's handbook. But thanks for asking. That's pretty good. 205. Post your max bench. Do that. Let's do that. Post your max, because we're at the end of the show right now. I'm going to fuck around. Post your max bench. Can anybody do 305? That's what I was looking. I want to get back to the 300 club, and that's been my kind of goal is to get back to it. Then I fuck my shoulder up. 3 plates. That's 305. That's good for 54. Fucking hey, dude. Wait, you get here. You know what? You get a. Don DeMarco. If you can bench 305, you get a Don DeMarco. On your honor. Yes. All right. What do we got here? Got those. Did I get everybody else? I did get everybody else. I catch up. I think I'm caught up. Pre-selection got to you. Thomas, I got to you. The plates. Anybody catch my Hide Yamagichi video? I thought it was good. Please watch it because I can't monetize it. 35 years old. I'm confused on peptides. Any suggestions for me? Max bench is 250. Okay, sorry, you don't get a on DeMarco. Peptides. It depends on what you want to do with it. Peptides are not a steroid. Okay. Peptides are protein, as to my knowledge, anyway, my very limited knowledge of peptides. It's kind of like biohacking. They're not necessarily nootropics, but I guess you could consider them so. The only peptides I've fucked around with so far has been melanotan, which is a peptide that will darken your skin, and it will actually give you. It will increase your libido a little bit. Just throwing that's a interesting side effect. Melanotan, I've done. I did that during the summertime. So if I look to kind of, yes, I do actually go get a spray tan occasionally, but the melanotan was kicking in right around August, September. It was jacked and juicy, and that's the juicy part. Melanotan's good. There's another one called PT141, which is okay. The problem is a lot of these have like numbers. So I could tell you like BCP157, which will give you it's supposed to increase your healing abilities. Been considering taking that because my fucking shoulder's still fucked up from June. You should go and check it. Just look up peptides on just Google them. You'll find like there's sellers. You can find you kind of still have to buy them with crypto, but like they're not technically illegal, but they're kind of like research chemicals, I guess. Maybe that's a better way to put it. What's the other? Oh, there's one called Frag. Frag is it probably has another number name to it. I've been looking at that one too, which is it's not human growth hormone, but it's something that helps with your lifts and shit like that. So I've been looking at Frag. I was looking at BCP157 just because of the healing properties of it. There's a few others. It's interesting. It's almost like a hobby of mine now is to look up different peptides and just see what they can do. But like the only ones I've ever like really injected, which by the way is just like an insulin needle. It's just subcutaneous. It's not like you're like have to put some 19 gauge needle in your ass or something like that. But it's like melanotan was good. I had a positive experience with it. Put it that way. The one peptide everybody is very familiar with is Ozempic, which is semaglutide, which is the weight loss one. And women certainly know what it is. Yes, and by the way, yes, George the bodybuilder, the guy from the video who is Hide Yamagichi's training partner. Yes, I'm in fact, would you like me to give him a shout out? Because I still have his card right here. George's company is called American Medical Wellness, and it is a hormone optimization clinic for men and women. He's got two sides to it too. So like, I hate to use the comparison of like Planet Fitness, but kind of like that. So if you're like women, if you're uncomfortable with like being around like big yoke bodybuilder dudes, you don't have to worry about it. But this is in Las Vegas, and I'll give you the URL here, which is www.americanmedicalwellness.com. That's his website, and you can get all kinds of information about peptides, about hormone optimization, TRT, and other things too. And I think he might be able to give like women like Ozempic or semaglutide as well. I'm not really sure, but that's in Las Vegas. Again, it is americanmedicalwellness.com. Check it out. I'm happy to give him. I'll be happy to buff out George because he's buff. Get it? Oh. Okay. Let's see. Can anybody do 305? No one. Bueller, hello. I think I was only one dude that can honestly tell me he could do 305. Okay, I got to you. Thank you very much. It's really good. Yeah, you know what? Was it Ed Lattimore told me this? He said, the older you get, the more being in shape is a flex. That is definitely true. I have to be careful, man. You gotta be careful of this. You gotta be careful of being jacked when you're my age. You'll hurt yourself. I did hurt myself. Thing is like you can your lifts will, like, especially on TRT, man. It's not like TRT is not steroids. It is actually natural testosterone sourced from yams or some shit like that. Like how the fuck did they find out that yams had it? Hey, let's try the yams and see if there's some test. What if I eat a bunch of yams? Like will my test increase? I don't know. But that's what Mike has told me in the past about TRT. So it's not steroids, not anabolic steroids, but it makes effort feel better. I want to go to the gym, and the fact that it is in walking distance from this studio makes it that much easier. So let's see. What is this? Wait. That's good. If you're over 20% body fat as a man, you're fat. I would say if you're over 18%, 16%, you're fat. You're thick. You're thick boy. That's true, man. It's very true. It's not roids, dude. It's not. I talked about this with Thor, Red Pill Thor, and I would here's what I want to do. I'm going to see if I can do this. I'm going to get Red Pill Thor. I'm going to get Drew Bay, who just won a bodybuilding contest at 50 years old in a master's degree. I think it's in Orlando in Florida. I want to get Hida Yamagishi, Thor, that guy Dave, who was the TRT expert from Access Vegas 2 shows ago. And then George from American Medical Wellness. I'd like to get him on a show. And I want to have like a roundtable discussion about hormone optimization, like the ins and outs. So we can answer questions for people who are really kind of confused about that. Peptides would be on there. Maybe even maybe gear, if you want to talk about that. But also like I would want to get into the sort of the social aspects of it, because I was talking about that one chick who was talking about trying to bang a gong about like, oh, I can't believe these guys are in a TRT. This is horrible. Why is that horrible? But like prescribing estrogen for women in menopause is acceptable. I would love to get into like sort of discussions about that if possible as well. But I think I might try to set that up. It'd be kind of fun to put that together, like at Red One Studios in Vegas. That might be good. Bench your own weight. I can definitely bench my own. My weight, I'm 185 pounds. I can certainly bench my own weight. Probably like 12 times. Yes, you should. You know what else you should be able to do? You should be able to do pull-ups. You should be able to like back bar with your back, right? You should be able to do pull-ups of your body weight. I think the military requires 4. I can do something like 10. I'm like, who the fuck can do this? But of course, when you're overweight, it's more weight to lift, right? Working on strength, can run a 6-minute mile. That's awesome. Well, I was running 4 miles a day when I could with my dogs, which I can't now, but we'll get back to it. So anyways, let's see. I think that's it. Sammy, thank you for keeping up with all that the chat today. Rollo, how is your greyhounds? Well, they're doing fine. Do you drink whiskey? I don't drink whiskey. I don't drink anything. Sorry. I gave up drinking in 2017. And not because I had a problem with it. People ask me about this. Maybe I should talk about this. I worked in wine and spirits for ages, since 2005. And I stopped working in it around 2020 because of the lockdowns, of course. I basically, my accounts more or less dried up. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to dedicate myself to doing this kind of stuff. And so I did it. And it was towards the end of the year, 2017 to 2018. Well, I wouldn't say it's a New Year's resolution, but I got to the point where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stop drinking until I finish the 4th book, until I finish religion. And I'm glad I did it, because I had to sort of focus more. I just didn't want to be recovering all the time. Right. It's one thing to like drink socially and then you're like hungover on a Sunday. I couldn't do what I'm doing right now if I was a drinker, because I don't like to recover. I don't like to I love like the feeling of, getting buzzed. That's great. It's just afterwards, like when you're trying to sober up and you're like, ugh, and you're like, you got a headache, your head's pounding and everything. I can't imagine me trying to do this show with a hangover. And so but I also knew that I couldn't write I couldn't dedicate the kind of energy and effort that I needed to because I had to research the book for 3 years. I researched the book. And I knew I couldn't put that energy and effort in if I was constantly recovering from, a weekend of drinking. Right. And I've been in wine and spirits for a long time, and I've seen enough people sort of flame out, and I'm just like, fuck it. So I made a deal with myself, right? I said, I'm not going to drink until this book is done. And I kept my word. The thing is, I just never started again because it took me 3 years to finish the book. So, because I published it in January of 2021, and it was the best decision I ever made. Right? It's great to be I think it was pretty sure it was Ed Lattimore too. It said something like, being the only sober guy in the club at 2 a.m. is a superpower. And it's true. Because people will look to you and go, how do you know these things? Because I'm not fucked up like you are. I used to have to do that too. Like when I was working liquor promos, when I was back in the day, we'd be at like a martini fest. And I'd be telling my guys, I said, don't be a fucking hero, man. Don't be a white knight. If this chick is fucking hammered, just leave her be, do your shit, go home. Because I don't want you guys getting into some sort of suit or some kind of legality, some sort of SA, thing, because a chick can't remember what was going on and you saved her and everything and she doesn't remember it the way you do. I'm just like, just leave that shit alone. She made her decision to be fucked up. Let her be fucked up. Don't call her a cab. Don't call her an Uber. Just leave. Just go away. You'd be better off for it. Stay straight. Unfortunately, the chicks that I used to hire for like liquor promos would not stay straight, but whatever. It was good. It was a good time. Still a good time. Anyways, I don't have, please drink more. I still have ownership stake in a couple of brands. I'm not against drinking. Please do. Drink my brands if you would. Van Gogh and Tap Rye whiskey. Drink those. I'm working actually on a brand of whiskey right now with Miguel. I'm not going to give you too much details, but come 2024, we will probably take a product to market at that point. It'll be me and Miguel, and we have plans for it. I'm the only one probably in the Manosphere who has the skills to do this because I know compliance. I know TTB rules. I know I've done this, did it for a living for 15 years. So thinking about doing it, it's a tangible product too. It's an actual business proposal. It's an actual product. So we're looking at whiskey right now. So I know it's an impacted category, but it's the easiest thing to do. So we're working on that right now. What's funny is when I think people have a misunderstanding when it comes to like people who like are alcoholics or people who drink a lot. People don't drink to drown their sorrows. They drink to enjoy the good times more. And that's something that somebody in the space, if you work in wine and spirits, you understand that. That's actually a marketing point. People don't drink to drown their sorrows. They drink because hey, it's time to, hey, it's 4th of July, let's drink. Hey, it's St. Patrick's Day, let's drink. Hey, it's what is it? It could be, it's Yom Kippur. Let's get the Manischewitz wine. Hey, it's name it, right? Name the event, and that's an excuse to drink. People drink because they want to have a good time. They drink because they want to be buzzing when they're doing something that they enjoy more than drowning their sorrows or I got to deal with my demons. No, you're not. You're just doing it because it's fun. It's good. It feels good. Being drunk feels good. I know. It's not, I drown my sorrows. It helps my anxiety. Yeah, because it makes you feel good. As I said, you can deadlift 415. Fucking A, dude. That's what is that? A Volkswagen? Okay. Yeah, you're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. Yes. All right, guys. I will be in Miami. Well, you got one more show with me. I'm going to Miami the 6th. So I got this week. As soon prayers for Ned, please. He's going into surgery tomorrow to have his plate installed in his it'll be his left front paw, which he got the break right here. And again, it wasn't even the Rottweiler. Well, I guess it was because of the weight class, but it's what got him. Thank you guys for all your contributions for Ned. I will sign his new cast because they got to cut off his splint. But when they put the new cast on, I will go and sign all of your names on his cast. And I'll make a video of it too. A Big Mo, you'll be at the top of the list. But Sam has collected all of the names for all of the signing of the cast, and I'll take a picture of that, and I'll do a quick hit video on Instagram so you guys can see. And then I'll let you know how Ned is doing. Oh, by the way, speaking of deadlifts, I have to deadlift Ned because he can't. He's not supposed to go up and down the stairs, like I said. He's already got up once. But every time he has to go outside to take a piss or a shit, I have to pick him up. Ned is about 77 pounds. So I pick him up, lift him up off the ground and bring him out there, set him down, lift him up, bring him off the ground, set him down back in the house. So yeah, I'm definitely getting a shoulder / back workout. And I should say also my glutes, because I got to lift with my legs. That's what's coming up. Hey, thank you very much. Ned Crom is pleased you have earned a place of honor in Valhalla. Thank you very much. All right, RR, you are now officially on the cast. I will definitely put you on there. Much appreciated, my friend. Ned's a badass. I don't think people understand just how big a he looks goofy, but he's a badass. He likes to fight guy. Whenever he hears like another dog behind like a fence, he'll like post up on the dog and everything like that. I mean, he doesn't go looking for shit, but he can. I'm actually kind of proud of him in a way. My wife said he gave as good as he got. The only problem is he was, like I said, the Rottweiler probably had about 70 pounds on him, and Ned's 77, so that should tell you how heavy and big that freaking dog was. But legal charges are actually papers will probably be served Tuesday on this one. I have done my homework. I discovered how I went to county records. Somebody gave me the parcel number of the house that she's at, and I went and I looked it up on the county records, and I found out who she was. So yeah, and I've got James Sexton is referring a personal injury attorney to me too. So papers will probably be like Tuesday or Wednesday. It's coming. The world of hurt is coming. But yeah, I have greyhounds. Ryan has Italian greyhounds. Well, it's a world of difference. A world of difference. They're great. All right. So that's it for today. Thank you guys for watching. I much appreciated. I will let you know how things go with Ned. Watch my Instagram, watch my Twitter, and I'll let you know how it's happening. He goes in for surgery tomorrow in the morning. He's having a plate put in right here. And Ned has got Wolverine super healing, man. I'm actually surprised he's in as good shape as he is. If he hadn't broke his leg, he'd probably be just fine right now. The bite wounds were actually not as bad as I thought they would be. I mean, they look bad. It's a bite wound, right? But he didn't need a drain or anything like that. It didn't go so deep as to needing a drain for it. And they sewed him up pretty well. And it was on the neck. So like most greyhounds, if they get hit on the side or they get hit in the back, the skin will spread. But the neck's he's got a little extra skin there. So it was easier to like sort of sew him back up. So he's a badass. Ned is a badass. If he wasn't before, he sure as fuck is now. So I love my badass dog. Anyways, I'm glad you guys do too. Thank you guys for helping. Thanks for watching. Much appreciated. I will keep you informed. I'll keep you in the loop as to what's going on. Kenya is coming up. That'll be December 3rd. Dubai on the 25th of November. And then December 3rd, I'll be in Nairobi doing a talk there. Miami is going to be the 6th through the 11th. So keep that in mind. Remember that. Remember to reserve the date. We'll be doing a lot of things with Myron and Fresh. And if you need your Myron and Fresh Access Vegas fix, just go check out the Access Vegas channel or my channel, and you can go and check out the latest. Last week we had Myron and Fresh in studio in Las Vegas, and it was actually a really good show. So that said, thank you guys for watching. I'm much appreciated. And I will, like I said, I will tell you what happened with Ned in the coming days. But thank you guys, and I will see you later.
I need to feel you on top of me. Hey, y'all. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Alright. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know. If maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Maybe you could have the best time of my life. The best time of my life. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her head like she's Claudia Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. Maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know. If maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
This podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. 2023. Registered trademark, all rights reserved. Don't steal Ned's stuff.
I don't chase booty.
Don't get my hoes, man. If maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? If maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. The best time of my life.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very